nice happy Monday. Happy snowy Monday. Hi. Yeah, I'm the one that's super late today, Gail. I'm the one that's late. I'm late for a very important date. Hey, everybody. Hey, Michelle is like raring to go. She's throwing snacks and popcorn and Pepsis out to everybody today. You know, Michelle, I went and looked ahead I think on Friday, or maybe it was over the weekend, trying to look to see when that blow up actually happens. And I think it happens on like day 12, and we're only on day 8. I could be wrong, but I think it's after he starts his case, after the state rests. I believe so. Yeah. Hey, Miss King. Hello. Hi, sweet Donnie. Hey, Margaret, you're awake, I think. She says, hey, sweet Jerry. Hey, Brenda. Gail says, I'm not late today. No, ma'am, you're not. No, ma'am, you are not. Hey, Mary Lou, how are you? Hey, Nightbot. Please subscribe to our friends over at Trial TV Live on YouTube. They're doing different things over there now. There was a situation that happened a while back, I think. So now they're streaming, with their face on, giving commentary, I think a little bit here and there. They're switching things around. Let's see. Yeah, Brenda, I did. I watched the Maya trial. Yes. That was a good one. Oh, no. Michelle has the flu? Ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Michelle. Are you in the bed resting, taking your medicines and getting plenty of rest and drinking plenty of fluids and all that jazz? I certainly hope so. Oh, Brenda says she's been watching that trial on our downtimes. Yeah, that's a really good one. Mary Lou, we got some snow. Yeah, we did. I haven't measured. I've not been brave enough to step out there and put a yardstick or a tape measure out. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we got quite a bit. If I had to guess, maybe around 9 or 10 inches. I mean, that's not a lot compared to people way up north that's gotten feet and feet and feet of snow, right? But Michelle said we did too much, just a dusting. Suck it up, been sleeping all weekend but working now. Aw. Yeah, we got a good amount. Oh, really? Texas is supposed to get snow? Whoa. Oh, hey, Donnie. Coming in with her 4-month membership milestone chat. Look at that. And then Sherry comes in with her 4-month membership milestone chat. Nice. Miss King coming in with her 4-month membership chat. Love it. Love it. Yay, I love those milestone chats. Those are so cool. I know they say 4 months. That's how long you've been members, but you've been around from way longer than that. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome sauce. You guys are awesome sauce. Michelle says they won't know how to act in Texas. No, they won't, will they? We're used to snow. We've had plenty of snow. We've had blizzards here before, right? But still, we haven't had a good, decent snow in several years. Brenda says, how do you do that? I was just thinking Sherry and I were back-to-back subscribers. Where you go to chat, there should be a little, or no, I think it's under the money thing. If you click on the money button, it should give you an option to do a milestone chat that's free. It don't charge you anything to do a milestone chat. But you get one a month, one milestone membership chat a month. It's just a cool little way to say, hey, I've been a member for this many months, Hey, Elizabeth. Texas actually gets more snow than I do where I am in North Carolina. There you go. Crazy, right? See, further south of me got more ice. We got ice too. It was sleeting really good. I could hear it hitting the side of the house last night. And I was like, oh my God, that's not good. But they said on the weather that we would get snow, ice, and then more snow. And that's what happened. We got a ton of snow. Then we got a good layer of ice. And then about 7, 8 o'clock this morning, it started snowing again. Oh, like a good, decent, chunky snow, Hi, baby. Let's see. Okay, Brenda did it. There you go. She said, wow, there we go. Me too. Member for 4 months. Let's give you a little bit of sparkle. So cute. So cute. Is that cute, kiddo? Cute, cute, cute. So they'll probably be out of SCHOOL for, I'm going to guess and say the rest of the week, because it ain't supposed to get up below freezing for like the entire week, I think. I don't know when the next day is that we'll have above freezing temps. So, and they even called out like a lot of the local factories and stuff. They called first and second shift off because we're like in the red zone as far as traffic goes. Only people supposed to be allowed on the roadways right now are service vehicles. So, I don't know. I don't know. What are you doing, baby? What are you doing, kiddo? What? Where's your tablet? Okay, so I am going to get started with day number 8. Yeah, day number 8. We'll get started with day number 8. I'm going to put it on 1.25, and I will slow it down on, like, if they show videos and stuff like that. But Elizabeth says, I'm southeast, about an hour away from Raleigh. I'm on the wrong side of I-95 to get any good snow. Michelle says, not too far from me then. Yeah, not usually much snow there. Gail canceled her doctor's appointment tomorrow. I'm not about to break a hip. I don't blame you, honey. No. No. I've seen photos of, like, semis jackknifed or whatever you want to call it out in the middle of the highways and the interstates. I'm like, God almighty. Good idea, Gail. Better safe than sorry. I mean, I would love a real winter. You know, we haven't had a real good winter. We'll get a cold snap, but it won't last long enough to kill everything off, you know. Right? We need a good, deep, hard winter. Yeah, I haven't had one of those in a while. All right. Snow flurries for Sherry. All right, youngins. Let's get the show on the road. Kiddo needs something from me all of a sudden. And Daddy is upstairs doing something. I don't know what he's up there doing. He's up there mucking and gawming, like my mom used to say, making a mess out of something. It's his man cave is upstairs. He has a man, what would you call, instead of like a basement man cave, what would you call an upper? Because his man cave is upstairs. I mean, what would you call that even? Southern people can't drive in it. No, they can't. They can't. Elizabeth said, I just finished packaging pen orders, so now to go to the post office. Have a good stream. Be careful out there, ma'am, which I know you ain't got no snow, but still be careful out there. Seatbelt, watch for deer. Man attic. Okay, I'll take it. Man attic. He's in his man attic. So I'm going to get this started and then go tend to whatever it is she's needing. A mantic. He's mantic, all right. Oh, gosh. All right, here we go. He's reading his Bible.
Oh, it's chilly in here. It's
chilly in here too.
Adjusted it. We'll need to call them and tell them to bump it up a little. Now that the weather changed. No, I would find out what the temperature said.
Oh, what's her cup say? Life is short. Your heels. What's it say? Hold on, let me.
Hopefully they adjusted it.
Let's see what her coffee cup says.
Tell them to bump it up a little. Now that the weather changed.
Does it say life is short, your heels shouldn't be?
No, I would find out what the temperature.
Yeah, that's what it says. Life is short, your heels shouldn't be.
Cold. It's definitely like an ice box in here.
Cute. Yeah, Michelle, we have our regular furnace going. Our furnace going. But then we also have a couple little space heaters, just because we live in an old farmhouse and it's drafty in one end of the house compared to the other. So it's helpful. So we have a couple of those set out, just to kind of take care of the drafty places. Should I share my weather with the rest of the class? Sure, Margaret. Go ahead, make everybody else sick. All right, now I'm going to mute myself, turn my camera. Well, my camera's already off, but hi. Now I'm going to turn my camera back off, mute myself, start the stream, go take care of her, and I will be right back.
All right, good morning, everyone. Court will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Yes, good morning, Judge Sue Upper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Woodshell appearing for the State of Wisconsin.
Good morning, sir. Your name for the record, please.
I'm here as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value and return for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments.
All right, the record should reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is present in person in custody in street clothes. He is wearing a suit, I believe a tie, can't quite see around the monitor, and a mask.
Object to that, Your Honor.
Your objections noted for the record. The appearance, as I've just indicated, stands. I do want to advise the parties today that one of the jurors called in this morning and was not feeling well, and I did excuse that juror. So that will mean at the appropriate time, when the court selects the alternates by random lot, I will only be selecting 3. I believe that was juror number 35. All right. Anything preliminary before the jury's brought out for the continuation of testimony from the state?
Is the audio on, Your Honor?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Sorry about that.
The only thing, housekeeping to clean up, Your Honor, is Exhibit 15, which was the victim map that we had first introduced through Detective Casey, and you admitted it subject to proof of all of the events that are depicted on the map. We believe we have now reached that point where it can be admitted in full. I do have a poster-sized copy of that exhibit that's also marked as Exhibit 15. So we have Exhibit 1 is the map of the downtown area. Exhibit 15 is the what we have termed the victim map, or the parade victim map. That's a hard copy of that as well, and then I have a third one that I'll be introducing later today or tomorrow. But we just wanted to clear up on 15 that all of the information on that map has now been testified to, Your Honor.
I did admit it subject to the full foundation. Any position on that, sir?
To it being admitted.
Yes, fully received. I had received it subject to foundation, and the state's set forth its position. Do you have any position on that?
Yeah, I object to it. I don't see the relevancy.
All right, your objection is noted, and Exhibit 15 is received. I believe I told the jury it was received subject to that foundation, but I will advise them that it's been received by the court when they come out today.
All right, and then one other housekeeping matter. Last week, I believe it may have even been on Thursday, we had a discussion with Mr. Brooks outside the presence of the jury in which several broad topics were discussed. One of them was Mr. Brooks had indicated he did not have a pretrial offer from the state. We would ask the record to reflect that afternoon we did provide him again with a written copy of our pretrial offer, and that was placed with his materials on the table. I just wanted that in the record, please.
I object to that. I don't. If it was with my paperwork, I haven't seen it.
It was specifically one of the papers, sir, that you left in the bullpen area that on the next morning, on Friday morning, I made a record of providing back to you. So it was provided to you twice.
Well, I haven't seen it.
You want to put the offer on the record, Attorney Alper?
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
So what's the significance of it being on the record? If
So that you are fully aware of it, sir. It was provided to you, but you're indicating you haven't read it, so I want them to make a record of it. The significance would be, I suppose, if at any point you wanted to change your plea, you could do that based upon the pretrial offer.
Well, in any event, I accept for value in return for value that document whenever I see it.
Attorney Alper, go ahead.
Sorry, it's just taking me a second. Retrieve it here, Your Honor.
Margaret, that comment wins the whole internet today. That one and this
Your
one.
Honor, this would be a perfect time to address the subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven on the record and must be
Mr.
proven
Brooks,
by the
I
prosecution.
issue We are not going to address that. I issued a written decision last week. If you disagree with that, then you can take that up to a higher court. But I issued a written decision. I'm not addressing that any further.
It has yet to be proven on record.
Mr. Brooks, my written decision is the decision of this court.
Has it
Attorney
been
Opera,
proven?
go ahead.
Has it been proven on record that you have subject matter jurisdiction? Because it has yet to be proven.
Mr. Brooks, your position is simply not correct as a matter of law. I explained that.
Then prove it
and I
lawfully
issued
by
the
law.
decision. You might be confusing subject matter jurisdiction with venue, which is why I commented on that last week.
Absolutely
And there
not.
has been evidence received regarding venue. So I'm going to turn back to Attorney Opera.
has nothing
She's
to
going to
do
make
with
a
venue,
record
Your
of the
Honor.
pretrial offer. I'd ask that you not interrupt. Thank you.
Your Honor, the offer that was dated July 5 of 2022 reads as follows. Plead to counts 1 through 67 in the information. The penalty enhancers on all counts will be struck. Counts 68 to 83 will be dismissed and read in. The state will recommend 6 consecutive life sentences on counts 1 through 6. The state will recommend unspecified prison on all other counts. The defense is free to argue. This pretrial offer was conveyed to his prior counsel on or about the July 5th date. And there, in fact, had been a earlier offer as well that had been relayed prior to the preliminary hearing or the filing of the information back in January of 2022 that had also been conveyed to his defense counsel at the time.
All right, thank you.
So why haven't I been informed of that?
All right, Mr. Brooks, that is not a topic we are going to take up any further. I just wanted the record to reflect that that offer was conveyed to you.
It wasn't conveyed to me, Your Honor. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. So if it was conveyed to my former
It's not
counsel,
something I'm going to. It's not something I'm going to further address, sir, unless you indicate
Hi,
to
Debbie.
me that you would like
Welcome.
to take advantage of the pretrial offer
Hello.
by changing your pleas to either guilty or no contest to counts 1 through 67 and submit the appropriate paperwork. I'm guessing that's not what you want to do. So unless that paperwork were to be filed, then I'm going to continue with this trial as if you are exercising your right to a trial in this matter.
and in all respect, Your Honor, I don't think it's fair that you should assume what I want to do or not, or what I don't want to do.
I just need to make a record that that paperwork was provided, sir. We'll continue with the testimony today. I'm not going to take up subject matter jurisdiction. I've issued a written decision. Is there any other preliminary topic from either
Yeah,
party?
is
Mr.
that
Brooks?
is that decision verified proof
Right, Donnie.
that subject matter jurisdiction
imagine
exists? Because it
why.
has yet to be proven on the record.
All right, your objection is noted. Please bring the jury out.
Your Honor, is that the answer?
Mr. Brooks, I issued a written decision. That's your answer.
And what's that? And what is the written decision entail?
So that was provided to you last week. I'm not going to
I
go through
accept
it
for
again.
value in return for value the document that I have not seen. What does it entail, Your Honor?
Sir, you were provided with a written copy. I'm not going to read it into the record at this point. It is part of the record. It's a final order
If
for
it's part of the record,
appeal.
why can't it be read into the record right now?
It doesn't need to be read into the record, sir.
Is it
It's
verified
part of
proof
the
of
record.
is it verified proof of subject matter?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not answering that because it's not something that needs to be verified.
It has to be verified by the prosecution.
He is 100% a monster, Debbie.
Or is that a
Yes,
tacit
ma'am.
agreement
Yes,
that you
yes,
don't have
yes.
to answer that question or verify proof of subject matter
Sir,
jurisdiction?
I have no such agreement with you, tacit or otherwise. So that's not how this operates. Again, just
So
because
would
you
it be
believe
proven?
the law requires, that doesn't make it true. All right, the jury's
Show me
coming out.
lawfully
All
law.
rise for the jury, please.
Show me by lawfully law that you have subject matter jurisdiction because it hasn't been proven on the record. It has yet to be proven for the record. Let the record reflect that.
The record will not reflect that, and the jury will disregard the comments currently being made.
The record
just
should
made by
reflect that.
Mr. Brooks.
You have to put it on the record. Otherwise, that'd be tampering with the record.
Notice she said tacit agreement.
So
Notice she
8:40.
said tacit.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
He's
Please
like-
be seated.
Tacit agreement at 8:40.
He said it.
Please disregard the most recent.
He said the tacket thing, and he just said it. And she's like, tacit. Brenda says, I still don't understand why he can't be held in contempt. He can be. She can. And she could have many times. She's just not wanting to do it because she doesn't want to, give any, hey kiddo, she doesn't want to give any sort of leeway or loopholes or anything like that, So, yeah, Margaret, I don't know how she doesn't literally look at him and scream, how would you know? Right? Oh. She actually says the other day when she's talking to him that she could have held him in contempt, but she chose not to for his own, partially his own benefit. But she could have multiple times, yes. Yeah, true, Michelle. He's already in custody, right? True. Reasons for him to dispute his rights were violated. Pretty much, yeah. Because he's already screaming it every 2 seconds anyway.
Comment by Mr. Brooks. It's not evidence in this proceeding. All right, the statement call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Sean Backler.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Jury will disregard that last statement by Mr. Brooks.
Has to be on the record.
Just
Good morning,
every
sir.
little thing
Please
under
make
his
your way
breath.
to the witness stand, which is
For
all
the
the way up
record.
on me, to my right. When you get
Subject
there,
matter jurisdiction.
please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa, who's on my left, will swear
I do
you
not
in.
give consent
There
to
is
be
one
called
right
by
to
that name. I do
receive.
not know nobody by that name.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Sean Backler, S-E-A-N, last name B-A-C-K-L-E-R.
All right, go ahead. Your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Backler.
Hi.
Sir, on November 21 of 2021, where did you live?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Oh, is this the guy who owned the
409
house?
Central Ave.
Is this the guy that owned the house that he's the one that Darrell Brooks went to pecking on the door, wanting to use his phone, and he fixed him a sandwich and gave him a jacket and all that? This is him, isn't it? I think so.
Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Okay, if you could just keep your voice up a little bit, please.
Oh, you know
I'm
what? I
sorry.
said I was going to put
Yeah,
it on
it's
1.25
maybe
and
better
I
if you
forgot.
scoot a little closer to the microphone. Okay, 409 Central Avenue, and that's in the city of Waukesha?
Correct.
Okay. Around the time of 4:49 p.m. on that afternoon of November 21, where were you?
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
I was outside working around the yard. Had my garage open.
Okay. Were you aware that the annual Christmas parade was going on that afternoon?
I was aware of it, yes.
Did you attend the parade, sir?
No.
Okay.
Relevancy.
Okay.
Overruled.
Around 4:49 p.m., what happened, sir?
Objection,
Thanks,
leading
Margaret and
witness.
Debbie.
Overruled.
I heard some noise around on the east side of my garage, and I went to see what was going on, and I found the defendant on the side of my garage. I asked him, what in the effing hell is he doing?
Okay, so let's slow down a little bit. You heard a noise and you went to explore it, correct?
Correct.
And you saw a person there,
Yes, I did.
and you questioned that person for being there. Is that right?
Objection, leading the witness.
Foundational, Your Honor.
It's just overruled. You can answer. I'm not sure if you did or not.
I asked him what he was doing there.
Okay. And maybe you were cursing at him? Is that what you're suggesting?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
I think I dropped an F-bomb on him.
Why?
He was trespassing.
Okay. The person that
It
you
was an objection, but it's overruled.
the person that you saw, can you give us a description of that person, please?
When I called him on the non-emergency line at the Waukesha Police Department, I described him at about 5'8", probably weighed about 150 pounds. He was either black, mixed, or Latino male, wearing a red shirt, jeans, long hair, beard, and I think he's missing his shoes.
Okay. You said red top?
Red shirt.
Objection,
Yes.
leading the
Red
witness.
shirt. What kind of shirt?
Overruled, and his answer may stand.
He was wearing a red.
If there is an objection, please just wait until I rule on it first by saying either overruled or sustained, and I'll let you know if you can answer the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I believe it was a red T-shirt.
Okay. To your way of thinking, was he dressed appropriately for the weather?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Relevancy. Objection.
Overruled.
Immediately, it just seemed off because he was wearing a T-shirt. If I remember correctly, he was not wearing shoes. It was very cold out. He was sweating. His eyes were huge, and he was just acting. When he came off in the garage, he was asking if I could call him an Uber.
Okay. So you spoke with him a little bit?
Objection, leading.
Sustained is to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Very shortly.
I have to ask you a question.
Rephrase your question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Did you speak with him?
A little bit.
Okay. What do you remember him saying?
He kept asking if I could call him an Uber, and then he said I need to get home.
Did you agree to call an Uber for him?
No, I said I needed to leave my yard.
Okay. And did he comply with that?
Yeah, he did. He just kept asking if I could call him an Uber, if he could use my phone. He said you just need to leave. And
The person that you're describing for us, sir, do you see him present in the courtroom here?
he's sitting over there with the mask on and in the suit.
Okay, I'm going to ask the defendant be instructed to remove the mask.
Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask.
And if he would look at the witness,
Can
please, Your
you
Honor, with
look
his head
up,
down, it's not to
You
assist
big
him.
dummy.
All right, Mr. Brooks, please look up and look at the witness. Look at the witness, please. Thank you.
Is that the man that you're describing that was in your backyard that you spoke to?
Objection,
Yes.
leading.
What a brat,
Overruled.
man. He's
I want
such
to
a.
show you a photograph. It's going to come up on that screen there next to you, okay?
I've seen
Just let me know when
8-year-olds
it's up.
act
The
more mature
system
than he
takes a minute
does.
to warm up, especially first thing in the morning. Is it up?
Yep, it is.
Okay. Do you see this photograph, sir?
Objection.
And
Overruled.
Yes.
I'd like you, is there a person shown in the photograph?
It's the
Objection,
defendant.
leading.
Overruled is not leading. You may answer.
It's the defendant.
Is this consistent with his appearance when he
Yeah,
presented
Kel, he's
himself to
big
you
mad.
on your driveway that evening or backyard garage area?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
It is consistent.
Okay. Move to admit and permission to publish 171, Your Honor.
Objection, relevancy.
Your objection is overruled. Exhibit 171 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The jurors will also let us know when the image is projected in the jury box.
And sir, it's a little hard to tell in the photograph, but was the t-shirt he was wearing a short sleeve or long sleeve, if you remember?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
It was a short sleeve shirt.
Okay.
So here, he's big mad because he knows that these images and stuff are getting ready to come up. And he's like, He can't take ownership of it. He can't take ownership of what he's done, I mean, it's obviously you, moron.
Ultimately, did he leave your property?
Objection, accident, answer.
Overruled. You may answer.
When he was leaving, he was kind of taking his time, and then I told him he needs to leave again and started walking towards him as he was leaving, and he lifted his shirt up and said he was unarmed.
Okay. Had you asked him about any weapons?
I had not.
Objection. Relevancy.
I had not asked.
When he left your property, did you see which direction he headed?
Yeah,
He was going
go.
northwest.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
All right, sir. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do, and I object to being called that name for the record. Do you recall giving a statement to Officer Probst?
I don't know his name, but I've talked to an officer.
And you did talk to an officer that night?
I talked to an officer on the phone. I did not talk to an officer that night. I mean, on the phone I did, but not in person.
So it was a conversation on the non-emergency line. Would that be fair to say?
It was on the non-emergency line. I actually confirmed it after I called to make sure I was on the non-emergency line.
Do you recall the description that you gave at that time?
I do. Well, my best of my knowledge was that you were either black, Latino,
Who's you?
or mixed.
Who's you?
Hold on, you have to let him answer the question first before you interrupt him with another one. Go ahead with the description you provided that night.
I said that the individual was either black, mixed, or Latino.
So it would be fair to say you didn't know at the time?
I was giving a general description.
So it would be fair to say that you weren't sure?
I was positive it was you.
Who is you?
You. I'm looking at you.
And how did you come to that conclusion, the you conclusion?
I'm looking at you.
How did you come to that conclusion? Did you?
What conclusion?
Because
Can you restate the question?
You're saying that you gave a description on the non-emergency phone line, correct?
It was on a non-emergency line.
So it would be fair to say at that time you had no name or knowledge of who the person was in your backyard. Would that be fair to say?
I had no idea who you were.
And so how can you say how can you say you then if you had no idea?
I'm looking at you. You are the guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
You and I were standing in the same yard looking at each other.
So is it possible you saw something on the news?
No, I had no idea who you were.
Interesting. Do you recall giving the
He's so
description
weird.
of approximately
Quit being a
5
weirdo.
feet 9 and 160 pounds?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, or would that be accurate?
I didn't have a tape measure out. It was just a guesstimate.
Would it be fair to say that since you keep identifying me as you, would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9" nor 160 pounds?
Do you have your shoes on or off right now?
Would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9", 160 pounds?
If you take your shoes off and step out of them, they could have a better.
I'm not going to have them do that, but if you're able to answer the question, do you agree?
I'd have to be standing next to him. That's what I made my judgment from. We were about 2 feet from each other.
Does it look like I'm 5'9"?
I don't know. We were a lot closer.
Does it look like I'm 160 pounds?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant as to his appearance today, just like his hair isn't in dreadlocks today.
Right?
Sustain.
Objection.
Next question.
Grounds for the sustain.
Next question, please.
Hey, Cherie. Brenda says, go yard
You also
man.
said that
Go yard
well,
man. It's
the
your
narrative
birthday.
in the report said that the individual was later identified. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, that'd be fair to say.
And so would it also be fair to say that because the individual was identified later, that's how you came to the conclusion of who it may have been in your yard?
Objection, I think that's
Grounds.
a statement, Your Honor. He's, again, reading a police report,
That's a question.
not authored by this witness. It's beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge.
It's actually the report that he
Mr.
gave.
Brooks, I've heard enough. If the objection is sustained, you may rephrase your question.
Hey, you guys, while I'm thinking about it real quick, I would love if you haven't already to put your DNA on that thumbs up button. Can you do that for me? I would appreciate it. Big-o, mucho, mucho. It really does help, you know. By the way, for those of you over the weekend, we were itching to get over that 950 subscriber count, and we did. We're at, I think it's either 955 or 956 right now. So if you stumble upon this channel over here on this stream and you hear me and you like us here, would love for you to subscribe, click the notification bell and all that jazz. Make sure you click the all notifications so that you get notified each time. Margaret says, hi, I'm new. I'll subscribe. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, Margaret. Nice to meet you, by the way. Do you happen to, you know, fall under appliances, or because we have another one of those, I don't know if we have room for two appliance fall or underers. I really don't know if we have enough space for another one of those. Anyway. Okay. Yay, give the stream some sparkle. All right, let's do it. Let's give the stream some sparkle. I love it. Laura calls him Sparkle Man. Sparkle Man. I have it right at my fingertips, Margaret, all the time. All the time. Hey, Debbie, I'm actually in the Midwest. I'm in the Midwest. But I do have very southern roots. Very southern roots. Yes, ma'am. I do. Thank you for the sub too, Debbie. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. We're a good group over here. I love my friends. I need to put my banner
Did you
up.
follow
I forgot about my
the
banner.
investigation after you
There we
had
go.
given the report on the non-emergency line?
It's kind of hard not to see it on TV. Can I clarify something? Or?
There's not a question just
Oh,
yet,
okay.
so
All right.
the state will have an opportunity to redirect if they deem it appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you made reference to it was kind of hard not to see it on the news. Would that be fair to say?
He was all over the news.
And would it be fair to say that from those news reports you gained additional information that you didn't have that night?
Actually, what I did is went into work the next morning and pulled up the police report on the internet.
Oh,
and
nice, Debbie.
there you were.
Nice.
In a mugshot. And I'm like, that's the guy.
So you got a further description from a mugshot?
No, I didn't get a further description. At the time, I didn't care who you were when you were in my yard. I didn't know who you were, what you had done, where you had been, any of that stuff. So all I'm saying is you were trespassing in my yard at that time. And that's all I can say. Other than that, that's all I can confirm. I don't know what you did. I don't know where you were. I don't know any of the other stuff. All I know is you were the guy in my yard.
The guy that you said was 5'9", 160 pounds.
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question, you don't have to answer that.
And what prompted you to read or pull up the police report?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds. He said it. He brought it out there.
Overruled, he may answer.
I was curious of actually who you were. And if you were the person that actually had done the atrocities that were on television.
And what prompted the curiosity?
A stranger was in my yard, unannounced, trespassing, asked them to leave, and they ended up catching somebody for doing something very bad, and I was wondering if that was the individual that had cut through my yard.
So it'd be fair to say at the time you wasn't privy to that knowledge yet.
Objection,
I-
vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
At the time you pulled up the police report, as you say, you had no knowledge of the identity of the individual.
I didn't know that you were going to be the person that had done that.
You keep referring to the you.
You. I'm looking into your eyes right now. You're the guy I'm talking about when I refer to you.
And the record should reflect that the witness used his right hand and index finger to point directly at the defendant. Next question, please.
So you just made reference to looking the you in the eyes, but you would need.
What would you prefer I call you?
You would need.
Because you're not going by Darrell Brooks.
You would need me to step out of my shoes to tell my height and weight, right?
Well, I'd have to also
No,
stand
Rhino,
2 feet from him.
Kel, right.
Please.
She says these are the questions that are going to get him in more trouble.
Mr. Brooks, you're directed under 90611 to ask a question and not argue with the witness.
Hey,
That
Mo.
was the question.
It was argumentative. Please
Hi,
rephrase
Mo.
your question. And then the witness is instructed to wait until a question is asked. And if there's any objection, then I rule on it first.
He is,
Go ahead,
Michelle. I
next
like
question.
this guy.
It sounds like
He's very
Jury will disregard that last comment. Mr. Brooks, you're not testifying right now.
IDGAF.
We'll have an
You know what I
opportunity
mean?
if you choose to do that later. Please ask a question.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it.
Exactly, Brenda. He just needs to shut his mouth. He don't know when to stop. It's like he gets on a roll and he can't shut up.
Any reason why you didn't give a written statement to law enforcement?
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
How's it argumentative?
Sustained. As to the form of the question. Next question, please.
Did you at any time give a written statement to law enforcement?
I don't believe so.
Any reason why not?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative and irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Mr. Brooks, please ask your next question.
Grounds for the sustain.
Wah, wah, wah. And he's like, give me a reason to just snap your head off.
You said you pulled up the police report at work the next day, right?
No, I pulled up your mugshot.
Well, you did say police report. Would that be fair to say?
It's not answer that.
I just pulled up a mugshot.
You don't recall saying that you pulled up the police report specifically?
I specifically wanted to pull up the picture of the person that had committed those atrocities to see if that was the person that had cut through my yard, which confirmed it was.
And did you pull up the complaint?
No.
Have you ever seen the complaint?
I don't believe I have.
Oh, by the way, Michelle, I love that you came into the replay on the Day 7 stream. I love that you came into the replay and in all caps she says, Bob Newhart Show. You guys remember? I don't remember. Oh, it was, hi, my name's Larry and this is my brother Darrell and this is my other brother Darrell. And I said something like, you get a point if you tell me what, TV show that was from. Probably, Cherie. Probably.
Have you yourself filed a complaint?
Nope.
Any reason why not?
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance,
Sustained
argumentative.
as to the form of the question and on relevance. Next question.
Come on, say grounds again. Say grounds again. I dare you, because she literally
Do you
just gave
recall
you
who
52
subpoenaed
grounds.
you to testify here today?
It's on the subpoena.
You don't recall?
I'd have to have the subpoena with me to read the name.
Do you recall if it was the district attorney's office?
It was.
Do you recall about how long ago you received the subpoena?
You can answer that.
A month or two ago, a couple months ago. I got a subpoena, so that's all I know, and I had to show up at a certain time.
So you knew it was a possibility that you would be called to testify?
I had no expectation of the subpoena until I went to the DA's office.
So you went to the DA's office?
They want to know. They ask. They want to see if you're worth having as a witness or if you actually had any information that was pertinent to the case.
And so would it be fair to say that you felt that you did?
I didn't know.
Grounds.
I'll sustain as to the form of the question that strike the last response. Please rephrase.
Did you feel that you had information that would be relevant to the matter?
That's an irrelevant question,
Grounds.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Next question, please.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor?
Ask your next question, please.
When you went to the district attorney's office, do you recall whom you spoke with?
There was 3 or 4 people there. I don't recall their names. I recall their faces.
You said you do recall the names, not the faces?
No, I recall their faces, not their
Oh.
names.
Do you see any of those district attorneys in court here today?
See one district attorney and one officer was in the room.
And for the record and for the jury, can you identify whom you're referring to?
I'd have to point.
I'll
Her,
stipulate,
yep.
Your Honor, I met
And
with Mr. Backler.
this officer here, sitting behind them.
All right, so the
Yes,
witness has
Detective.
pointed to District Attorney Sue Apper and Detective Casey.
And that was around the time you first received the subpoena?
It was the time that the subpoena told me to show up.
Do you recall ever being told about the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, vague.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
vague, beyond the scope
Grounds.
of the witness's knowledge, legally inaccurate.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Did Attorney Opper ever tell you who the plaintiff was in this matter?
The subpoena told me who the plaintiff was.
And do you recall who the plaintiff is?
Darrell Brooks.
That's the plaintiff?
Or not the plaintiff, though. The plaintiff is, I think, city of Waukesha or state of Wisconsin. I'm not sure.
And it'd be fair to say that that's not a living, breathing human being.
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained, not relevant. Next question.
Are you aware that only a living, breathing human being can make a claim?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained for those reasons, and it's also not an accurate statement. of the law.
Definitely not argumentative.
Mr. Brooks, number 90611, I need you to move on from this topic
Definitely
and
not
ask a different line
argumentative.
of questions, please.
Move on from what topic you're on.
Next question, sir.
Can I know what topic you're referring to, Your Honor?
The plaintiff cop
Next question,
topic,
please.
maniac.
If I don't know the topic, how would I know to go in a different direction?
Mr. Brooks, number 90611, I need you to ask a question.
Do you know if there's even a plaintiff in this matter?
That
Objection,
topic.
irrelevant.
Sustained. Under 90611, sir, please move on from this topic, or I will declare your cross-examination closed.
Under what law and fact, Your Honor?
Oh my
Under
God.
90611, please ask a question.
And where can I find 90611?
This is your last opportunity to ask a question, sir.
Your Honor, the jury deserves to know this information.
Jeez.
All right, then, the state, any redirect?
No redirect. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Sean.
You may call.
The state calls eminent courtroom.
All right, sir, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record, and then spell each.
Dominic Caproon, DOMANICCAPROON.
Hey, Billy.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Caproon, are you a resident of the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
Where were you living on November 21st of 2021?
He
417
does. He
Central
does like
Avenue.
to play games.
The objection is overruled. His answer may stand. When there's an objection, if you would just wait until I rule on it before you answer. Thank you. Go ahead.
417 Central Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin.
And just so you know, witness, he's going to object after every question. So just be prepared to pause after each question that is asked. Please and thank you.
Home on the afternoon of November 21st, that Sunday afternoon?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
What was the answer?
Yes. I believe is what he said.
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened shortly before 5 o'clock p.m. that day?
Well, we were at home, and my youngest son just got home from a friend's house, and we were ready to get water from Woodman's, and we
Were you outside or inside?
we were inside the house. Sorry.
Okay. Did you at some point make your way outside?
Yeah, we eventually decided to go, and we were bringing the jugs out to the truck, and sorry.
It's okay. Tell us about the setup. Where was your truck parked?
My truck was parked by the back door, and the tailgate was facing the entry of the driveway.
So the truck was in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened is you were also standing in the driveway.
When I was putting the jugs in the back of the truck, my oldest son, looked up, and he kind of pointed behind me, and I went to turn, and Mr. Brooks was coming up the driveway, and when I turned, he kind of stopped, and I noticed that he wasn't wearing a jacket or shoes.
Could you tell us what he was wearing?
He was wearing.
Overruled. You may answer.
Okay. He was wearing just blue jeans and like a red T-shirt, and he had lifted his shirt and did a 360 and told me that he didn't have any weapons, and that he needed a phone to call an Uber. And so I said, yeah, sure, no problem. So, I handed him my phone, and I had suggested to him that my neighbor was a Lyft driver. And so we continued to, with the
Right,
containers.
Donnie, I know.
And so I put the last one in, and he handed me
You
my
can tell this
phone,
guy's struggling.
And, he turned the corner and just...
In the back of his head, he's thinking, that it doesn't pay to be a nice guy anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't pay to be a nice guy anymore. It just doesn't.
Wanted to see if he, got a hold of my neighbor, looked around the corner, and then he was gone. So
When Mr. Brooks
It probably
lifted his
terrifies
shirt
him to think of what
did a
could have
360
happened,
and said
you
he was
know?
unarmed, were those the first words he said to you while you were in your driveway?
Objection, leading, and I do not consent to being called that name.
Overruled.
I'm not exactly sure. I think it was more or less all together.
Okay. And how many of your sons were present and in the driveway with you?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
2.
How old were they at the time?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
One was 21 and the other one was 14.
Do you recall providing a physical description of Mr. Brooks, the person you've referred to as Mr. Brooks today, back on November 21st when you met with the police?
Objection, I do not consent to being called that name.
Mr. Brooks, that's not a valid objection at this time. Go ahead. You may
I don't
answer.
consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Back on November 21st, when you met with the police, did you provide a physical description of the man who came up your driveway?
Yes.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
What was the physical description you provided?
Yeah, that's not relevant at all, Darrell Brooks.
Black male, mid-30s at the time, dreadlocks, tied up in a band. He had tattoos. One I noticed above his right eye, and some he had on his arms, but it was kind of dark yet, so didn't.
So the darkness prevented you from being able to see any detail of the arm tattoos?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Your Honor, could you please instruct Mr. Brooks to remove his mask momentarily?
Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask and look at the witness.
Mr. Courtroom, the person you've described today as walking up your driveway, the person who you've referred to as Mr. Brooks today, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may
I
answer, sir.
consent to being called that name either.
Yes.
Could you please point to him and then tell us what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit and tie.
Your Honor, let the record reflect, please, that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And they pointed with his right hand towards Mr. Brooks.
Thank you for that.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. For the record.
Whose phone, you described handing a phone to Mr. Brooks. Whose phone was it?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Your objection is noted, although it's not legally relevant at this time, and I'd ask that you not interrupt with an objection for that reason under 906.11. Go ahead, Attorney
I
Witch,
don't
the
consent
question
to being
again.
called that name.
Whose phone was it that you handed to the man in your driveway?
That was my phone.
And did you see what that man did with the phone?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He called a number on the phone, or called somebody, which I at the time thought was Uber.
Did that man then hand the phone back to you at some point?
Yes.
When you met with the police, did they ask to see your phone?
Yes.
And the purpose of that was to try and see the number that
Yes.
Mr. Brooks had called?
Objection, I
Overruled.
don't consent to being called that name.
Yes.
Would you please show for the witness only exhibit number 74, a photograph?
Go ahead.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Grounds.
It's relevant.
Mr. Caprone, do you see a photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is the number that Mr. Brooks had called.
Can you read that number out loud for us?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
414-610-2153.
And this is a call history screenshot, is that right? Where we can see all the recent calls to and from that number?
Yes.
Is this an accurate depiction of how your phone screen looked that afternoon as you showed it to the police?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Yes.
I move exhibit 74 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Objection, relevancy.
Exhibit 74 is received. Permission to publish is granted. Objections overruled.
Can you zoom in on the bottom half of this photograph? Okay, Mr. Caprone, did you call this number at any point?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
No.
So all three of these calls, outgoing, incoming, and canceled, would have been made by someone other than you.
Yes.
Objection, leading.
And the only person who had your phone during that time frame was who?
Objection,
Me.
leading.
Or
Overruled.
Mr. Brooks.
After Mr. Brooks handed you your phone back, what happened next?
A lady had called me, and I answered the phone, and I asked her if she was Uber, and she told me she wasn't an Uber.
Did she say anything else?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
No.
Is the call that you're talking about, the lady who called you, was that incoming call from that 414 number we just looked at?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did you recognize the number that called you?
I didn't recognize it. I didn't look at the number. I just answered the phone.
And it was recorded in your phone's call history?
Yes.
And it was the same number that Mr. Brooks had used your phone to dial?
Objection, leading, and I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. I'm sorry, I took the exhibit down. Did you need it back up?
No,
Okay.
we're done.
All right, thank you.
And that was a yes, just to be clear.
Yes.
Did Mr. Brooks leave at some point?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Yes.
Did you see what direction he went when he left?
I guess it would be like the southwest part of my property, heading more westerly towards my neighbors.
Do you know what street he was headed, or he appeared to be headed toward?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Well, Central Avenue was on L Street, and he was heading towards Central.
Thank you, Your Honor, that's all.
All right, very well. Any questions, Mr. Brooks, for this witness?
I don't consent to being called that name for the record. Do you recall giving a statement to a Detective Schwartz?
I'm not sure what his name was.
I'm referring to a Detective Mandy L. Schwartz, so that would be a woman.
There was a female, yes.
And do you recall giving a statement to the woman law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was the same night or days immediately after?
It was the same night.
And do you recall in that statement if you were asked about a description of the person in your driveway?
Yes.
Do you recall what you said?
Yes.
I mean, you stated for the record and for the jury?
Yes. Oh, a black male, 30s, dreadlocks, red shirt, jeans, no shoes, no jacket.
If it pleases the court, I have the statement here, and I would like to show the witness.
Is it his written statement?
It's I'm guessing, whatever statement he gave to Detective Shorts.
Is it a written statement?
I don't know if it's a written statement.
Would this
Maybe
be the police report?
Yeah.
If it's not his written statement, then I'm gonna deny that request to show it to the witness. You may ask a question.
Do you recall in your report with Detective Shorts that you described the male as approximately 5'5" to 5'6", weighing approximately 120 to 125 pounds, and the male appeared to be in his 20s?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Any reason why this report would say that, and then you would, when you were asked the description, you gave a different description? Any reason why the two would conflict?
Objection.
Grounds?
Argumentative.
Grounds.
Mistakes the evidence.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain? Grounds for the sustain?
Sustained as to the form of the question. And it misstates the testimony in part.
Well, I'm reading from the report that was given to the detective.
And you can't testify as to what that report says. You can only question the witness on it, sir.
That was the question. Do you recall?
He said he did not recall. Next question.
Any reason why your description would change from that night till now?
I'm not sure.
You made reference to when the male that was in your driveway left your driveway, they went towards Central, I think is what you said. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Do you recall stating in your report that they went in the direction of West Avenue?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that's two different directions?
Yes.
Any reason why that would change from then till now?
Not sure.
And you made reference to it being kind of dark, so it was a little hard to tell about certain aspects of that interaction. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would you say it was dark or dusk?
Dusk.
So it'd be fair to say that you were unable to identify the tattoos?
I would be able to, yes.
You would be able to identify tattoos, or you wouldn't?
Not, I saw tattoos.
But you couldn't make out because of the lighting. You couldn't make them out. Would that be fair to say?
I could make out tattoos.
Do you recall stating that you were not able to identify the tattoos?
In, I guess, in description, I guess, or in detail, sorry.
I hate that he's getting under this witness's skin. He's very intimidating.
And not being able to make out in detail would be referring to the tattoos on the arms?
Yes.
And during that interaction in the lighting, you could tell that there was some type of rubber band or tie in the hair?
Yes.
You recall what color that might have been?
No, I don't.
You made reference to a number calling you back and you not looking at the number but just answering. Do you recall stating that?
Yes.
Did you ever at any time ask who that was that called?
I just asked if it was the Uber driver.
You stated that your sons were with you in the driveway?
Yes.
Was there any interaction with your sons at that time?
Don't recall.
Do you recall stating that the male did not have any interactions with either of your sons?
No.
Do you recall stating that the male you had the interaction with, do you recall stating that you did not really think he was understanding what you were telling him?
No, I don't understand the question.
That would be in reference to you stating that your neighbor was an Uber driver, did you? Or a Lyft driver was, I think, the word you said. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated that you don't recall if the individual went to your neighbor's house at that time. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of the evening that was when you had the interaction?
I'm not quite sure what time it was at that time.
Do you recall around what time you were subpoenaed to testify every day?
No, I think the letter came in the mail in July.
And did you follow up with the district attorney's office at that point?
Yes.
Do you recall whom you spoke with?
Not quite sure the names, but
You made let the record reflect, you made a hand gesture with your left hand. Would that be referring to the table,
yes,
prosecution table?
yes,
So you recall speaking to one of those attorneys?
yes.
Do you recall whom?
The gentleman here.
I'll stipulate that Mr. Caprun's pointing at me.
Yeah.
For the record will so reflect.
And at any time, did you ever see a police report or a complaint in this matter?
No.
Did you ever yourself make a claim in this matter?
Don't understand the question.
Did you file a claim?
I don't understand the question.
Did you yourself file a complaint with law enforcement?
No.
Hey, Melinda.
Ever spoke with the plaintiff in this matter?
I didn't see
Grounds.
you sneak in, ma'am.
Grounds.
Hello.
Sustained.
Grounds for substanding, Your Honor.
90611.
Well, I'm glad you did check in. Yay.
Are you aware of any plaintiff in this matter?
Okay.
Grounds.
Relevant.
Sustained. Relevance 90611 as well.
You ever seen a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question.
Had any conversations or any interactions with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Ever had a phone conversation with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Ever been contacted by the plaintiff in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Have you ever contacted the plaintiff in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for substanding, Your Honor.
As to the form of the question.
Have you followed this matter in any way?
No.
So it'd be fair to say you didn't seek to testify in this matter. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
Were you persuaded in any way to testify in this matter?
No.
Did you prepare in any way to testify in this matter?
No.
And before you were shown Exhibit 74, and that was the The call log of your phone, correct? Before, oh, I'm sorry,
Yes.
before today, had you seen that, those photos in reference to your call log?
Yes.
You seen them before today?
Yes.
Did you anticipate seeing them today?
Yes.
How so?
Through the sorry, through the district attorney.
So you were informed that you would see those same photos by the district attorney?
Yes.
Were you at any time told what to say by the district attorneys?
No.
And are you even aware of a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds?
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
I previously sustained it. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Next question. Under 90611, please continue. Otherwise, I'll declare the cross-examination ended.
You can declare whatever you want to. No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Very briefly, thank you, Judge. Mr. Caprone, I just want to clarify the geography of your neighborhood, okay? So back where you were living on November 21st of last year on Central Avenue, does Central run east to west, north to south, or something else?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Central runs east and west and north and south.
What direction does it run where you were living at the time?
Objection, leading.
East and west.
Overruled. It's not leading. You may answer.
Objection, relevancy.
It's relevant. You may answer, sir.
East and west.
And then where does it change and run north and south?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
It changes my neighbor's house, and then it turns north and south.
And that happens to the west of where your
Yes.
house was?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Chelsea, yes.
Yes.
Where is West Avenue in relation to where your house was?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
West.
So is it fair to say that if you're standing in your driveway at the time and head west, you would hit where Central Avenue turns, and then if you kept going, you'd hit West Avenue?
Objection, leading.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Overruled.
Debbie. No worries. I'm
So is it
glad
also
that I'm
fair to say
able to
that
be
if
a
you're heading towards
distraction.
Central Avenue, you're also heading toward West Avenue?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
You recall meeting with myself and my colleagues here a few weeks ago?
Objection,
Yes.
relevancy.
Overruled.
Do you remember where that meeting took place?
Here.
In the courthouse? During business hours?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You questioned him about meeting with the prosecution. These are proper.
I didn't question him about the time.
It's proper redirect. Go ahead, sir. You may answer.
Yes.
We discussed your potential testimony, is that right?
Yes.
He got a
Were we
little bit
asking you questions
embarrassed
about-
there. Got a little bit embarrassed there and had to, giggle to make it because he's like, he didn't ask about the time. Because she kind of giggled a little bit herself, like, obvious here. And he got a little embarrassed. You could tell. I got to rewind it and watch that part back.
Weeks ago?
Objection,
Yes.
relevancy.
Overruled.
Do you remember where that meeting took place?
Here.
In the courthouse? During business hours?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You questioned him about meeting with the prosecution. These are proper.
I didn't question him about the time.
It's proper redirect. Go ahead, sir. You may answer.
Yes.
We discussed your potential testimony, is that right?
Yes.
Were we asking you questions about November 21st?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
We showed you that the photograph of the call log, right?
Yes.
And you had an independent recollection. You had seen that call log before because it's from your own phone.
Objection, Leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Had you ever seen that photograph before?
Yes.
And had you ever looked at your phone screen before?
Objection. Leading.
Not leading, it's relevant, and he may answer.
Yes.
Did we at any time give you a script for your testimony today?
Objection. Asked during cross.
It's redirect, it's proper, you may answer. It's overruled.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Statement calls next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Aaron Cordes.
Exactly, Debbie. Yeah.
All right, good morning. If you would
He
please make
did.
your way to the witness stand, which is on my
There were a few times whenever, I feel like the state felt like they had a little bit of leeway with leading questions a few times. And she was like, no, sustained his objections. And she would tell the prosecution to ask it a different way. He had a handful of his objections sustained. So he can't say that she was completely unfair, True.
right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Erin Cordes, first name E-R-I-N, last name Cordes, C-O-R-D-E-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Cordes.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to the date of November 21, 2021. Did you attend the Waukesha Christmas parade that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And who did you attend the parade with?
My husband and my 2 children.
Do you recall from what location you watched the parade?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer.
We watched it from the corner of West and Wisconsin.
Okay. And do you understand that to be near the end of the parade route?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
I believe it was close to the end. The parade rounded the corner and continued on, and I don't know exactly where it ended.
Okay. And as you were at that location watching the parade, did something unusual happen?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
Yes, we saw a car going pretty fast around the corner, and I remember my husband said that's not part of the parade. Grab the kids, because our kids were in the middle of the road picking up candy at the time.
Okay.
So, and the car just did not stop and kept going.
Was there a police officer present at that corner?
Yes, there was.
What did you see the police officer do?
Well, the car, I thought it was coming at us for a minute, but it ended up swerving and going through the barricades, and the police officer fired 3 shots at the vehicle.
You were standing right there at that intersection.
Yes, I was.
Objection.
Objections noted. It's overruled. Her answer may stand. Next question. Go ahead.
What did you do after that, ma'am?
Well, we ran up to the house behind us as the car was coming at us, and I was just kind of keeping an eye out for the car at the time, because it looked like it was out of control, and I didn't know if it was going to go up to the house we were at or what direction it was going. So we just stayed by the house for a little bit, just kind of in shock.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have a certified
Okay.
copy of your
And
face.
at some point, did you decide to leave the area?
Yes, we did.
Where did you go?
We were parked a little bit further away because we had gotten to the parade late. So we were parked a few blocks out of the way on Elizabeth Street.
Okay.
At Aries Industries.
Do you have some familiarity with Aries Industries?
Yes, I do.
Relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer. Do me a favor, if there is an objection, wait until I rule on it before you answer. Thank you. Go ahead.
And what's your familiarity with Aries Industries?
Objection.
Overruled.
My husband is employed at Aries Industries.
Do you happen to know the address of that location?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't offhand, no.
Okay. Do you know what street it's on?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Leading.
It's not leading. Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, Elizabeth Street.
Okay. And how were you able to, I'll strike that. You were walking back to Aries Industries, that's where you had parked, right?
Correct.
What was your route or your path that you took?
We continued straight on West Avenue until we got to Elizabeth Street, and then took a right on Elizabeth Street.
Okay. Pretty much a straight shot?
Yes.
Just a couple blocks
Yes.
down West Avenue and then you hang a right on Elizabeth?
Correct.
Okay. As you were doing that, making your way back to your car, did you encounter somebody out on foot?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about that, please.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
We had just rounded the corner onto Elizabeth Street, and Darrell Brooks. We encountered Darrell Brooks. He came out of the shadows between a couple houses and approached us.
Okay. Now, you refer to this person by name. Did you know Mr. Brooks prior to this encounter?
No.
Okay. Never met him before?
Correct.
Objection.
And you said he...
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
The objection came after her answer. Her answer will stand. Next question.
You said he kind of came out of... Did you say the bushes?
Objection.
What did you say?
Objection.
Overruled. She rephrased. She may answer. She may answer. I'm sorry.
It appeared he came from between two houses, so I don't know exactly where he was.
Okay. And did you notice his appearance when he approached you?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
I just remember it was a very windy, cold night, and he was dressed pretty inappropriately for the night. I noticed he was visibly shivering. He had a red short sleeve t-shirt on and was not wearing shoes.
Do you see the same person present in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that Mr. Brooks be instructed to remove his mask and look at the witness so she can properly identify him, please.
Mr. Brooks, please unmask and look at the witness. Sir, would you please unmask and look at the witness? Thank you.
Writing something down.
Oh, that's a
thank you.
great
Just wanna make sure
point,
you heard me.
Debbie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a great
Is that the
point.
gentleman you encountered on the street that you're describing for us, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Did Mr. Brooks speak to you in any way?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name.
You may answer.
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
He asked if either of us had a phone that he could use, and we said we hesitated because it was strange. It was a strange encounter, and
Right, Margaret, me too.
after what we just witnessed at the parade, I think we were both pretty much on edge at that point. So,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you're referring to we, who are you referring to?
sorry, my husband and I.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. So he asked for the phone.
Correct.
You kind of pause.
Yep.
And then what'd you do?
Objection,
then-
leading.
Overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
His next words were, "I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to use your phone." And that's when I gave him my phone.
Okay. Did he use your phone? Did you see him manipulate your phone in some fashion?
Objection. What do you mean by manipulate?
Overruled. She may answer.
I'm sorry, what was the question? again?
Did you see him use your phone in some way?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him do?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He called his mom.
Could you hear what he was saying on his end?
Yes, I could hear what he was saying.
Could you hear the responses being provided by the person on the other end of the phone?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, I could not hear the other side of the conversation.
Okay. Tell us to the best of your memory what you remember Mr. Brooks was saying into the phone.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer,
I ask
please.
not to be called that name. Thank you.
He just kept asking his mom to call him an Uber, and he wasn't responding to anything that she was asking. He just kept repeating, "Call me an Uber. I need an Uber now."
Did he sound urgent in his voice?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
How did his voice sound?
There was a sense of urgency that he needed an Uber and he needed it now.
And he was specifically referring to the person he was speaking to by what name?
Mom.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. She will answer. Her answer will stand.
At some point, did Mr. Brooks turn his attention to you and ask a question to you as he was still on the phone?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer.
He asked for the address where we were located at the time.
What did you tell him?
I did not know the address, so I asked my husband what the address was, and he provided the answer.
Okay. And again, you're very close to your husband's workplace.
We were actually in the parking lot at that time.
Okay. I'm gonna, well, let me ask you this. At some point, did he terminate his phone call?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, he did.
And what happened then?
He said that he was freezing, and he asked if I knew of any place that he could go warm up. So my husband directed him towards the lobby of Aries.
Okay. Did he return your phone, did he return your phone to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you see if he left your presence, where did he go?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
He went up to the lobby.
You saw that?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
We We were pretty on edge at that point, so we put our kids in the car as quickly as possible and drove down the road.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits on the screen in front of you, okay? First is 171, I'm sorry. Do you see a photograph on the screen in front of you, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize anybody or any place in that photograph?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I recognize the Aries building in the background and Darrell Brooks on the porch.
Okay. 171's previously been admitted, Your Honor. I'm going to request permission to publish again.
Permission granted.
Objection.
All right.
It's noted. It's overruled. It's already been received.
Ms. Cordes, that's a touch screen in front of you. Could you just please point out Aries Industries and specifically, if you can, the area where you saw Mr. Brooks head for the lobby of the building?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name again.
Jury will disregard that last comment by the defendant.
So do you want me to circle?
Yeah, circle or X or dot, whatever.
It's way in the other corner over here, so it's hidden by the trees.
Okay. So the area where you first encountered Mr. Brooks, is that actually shown in this photograph?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Jury will disregard that comment.
I don't consent. For the record.
Go ahead and answer, ma'am.
It's more over here where we were parked. There's a second parking lot over there.
Okay. And then the person in the photograph, can you circle the person, please? Is that what Mr. Brooks looked like that evening when you spoke to him?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
Now we're going to put up exhibit 76. And we're going to play it for you first before it gets shown to the jury, okay? So let me know when it's up, please.
It's on her screen.
Okay, thank you. For the record, this is a clip that's 53 seconds long. I'm just going to play maybe the first 10 seconds or so and see if she recognizes. All right, we've played about the first 10 seconds of that clip. Do you recognize the what is shown in this video, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the lobby of Aries Industries.
Okay, and is this the door that you directed Mr. Brooks to?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
You may answer, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe this video is a true and accurate depiction of the events of November 21 of 21?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit 76 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
I believe there was an objection. It's noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 76 is received and permission to publish is granted.
The witness wasn't there in this video. How could it be relevant?
Your objections? Noted, sir.
How could it be
We're going to
relevant?
play it in its entirety, Your Honor. As soon as the jury's got it. They got it? Okay, thank you. Play.
Crazy, right? It is. It's like he's hiding. In court.
Okay, we can pause it. at
Right,
the
Debbie.
39
I like
second or
that.
40 second mark. I said we'll play the whole thing, but did you see a person approach the doors to the building during the video?
Yes, I did. I saw Darrell Brooks approach the door.
And is that
I mean, you know, to be fair, with all the legal court documents and stuff that we see all the time, it's not like we ever see anybody else's defendants' names in all caps. Ever. Debbie, Margaret says, Debbie, you would scream it loudly. Did Darrell Brooks approach you? Oh my God. You guys crack me up.
consistent with what you saw that night as you watched Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
And now that you look at the door, do you see the address for the building on the door?
Yes, I do.
And what is the address, please?
550.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Mr. Brooks may have questions for you. Any cross, sir?
I don't consent to being called that name, for the record.
Your cross, please.
I get to it. You just stated that before the interaction with the person that you had, you didn't know him. That be fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
So how could you refer to him by name if you didn't know him?
I have seen the news since then, and the video of you being arrested, and you had since been identified on TV.
So that's how you came to the name?
That's correct.
So it'd be fair to say that you got that off of news reports?
That's correct.
You said the individual you spoke with seemed out of place and disoriented, like he didn't know where he was. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And how would you characterize disoriented?
You just seemed very, very nervous and that you didn't know where you were.
Who's you?
You had specifically said, I don't know where I am.
Who's you?
Or where am I, specifically?
So disoriented would, from your perspective, be exactly what?
Disoriented as you did not know where you were.
And you made reference to your phone being used, right?
That's correct.
And you also made reference to not being able to hear the person on the other line.
That's correct.
But you also made reference to the person who used your phone not being able or not answering what was being asked to them. That'd be fair to say?
Objection. That's a compound question, vague and unclear.
Sustained to the form of the question.
If you couldn't hear what was being said on the other end of the line, how can you say that there was questions being asked?
Well, there was clearly a conversation going on, and you just kept repeating, just call me an Uber, that you were very frustrated. Whoever was asking questions of you, just to call you an Uber. It's just my interpretation of it. I could not hear the other end of the phone conversation.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know what was being discussed?
Besides call me an Uber, yes, that's correct.
Do you recall the description you gave in your written statement?
Yes, I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes, I recall the description I gave.
And what was that?
The description I gave was an African-American male, about 160 pounds, 5'8", wearing a red t-shirt, no shoes.
And you referred to this individual coming from between houses, you said?
That's correct.
Is that what you actually saw?
Yes, that's what I saw. I saw you approach us at the very start of the block from between two houses.
Any reason why that's not in your written statement?
I don't recall. I didn't actually write it. There was a detective at our house that was writing the statement for it. Maybe that part got missed. I'm not sure.
Was it this statement?
I don't have it in front of me to see it.
Permission to show the witness the written statement?
Well, I don't know that it's necessary, Your Honor. She hasn't expressed any inability to recall. Sustained.
She did. She just said she don't know why something was not in her written statement.
That's what she said is she doesn't know why the detective didn't write it in there. The detective is the one who wrote it, Your Honor.
So sustained, sustained is to the form of, Mr. Brooks, let me answer. Sustained is to the form of a question.
So the officer was writing what you told him, or did you actually write it yourself?
I did not actually write it myself. The detective was writing it as we were speaking, my husband and I.
Do you recall that officer's name?
No, I do not.
You made reference, when you were at the parade, you made reference to seeing a car swerve, or you said the car was swerving toward you?
It looked like a car that was out of control. I didn't know which direction it was headed.
And you said you saw it drove toward the barricade?
Correct. I saw it drive through the barricade.
When you say through the barricade, describe that.
The car sped up and drove straight through the barricade and continued on West Avenue.
Do you recall if this barricade was standing up or?
Ooh, nice, Donnie.
I do not.
Ooh,
I, do
I
not
love
recall
that.
It was
That's
in
the best.
middle of the road to
feeling.
prevent traffic from coming through. So I don't know if it was. I would assume it was standing up.
And was it at that same moment that you saw officer fire shots?
Love it.
That's correct.
Do you recall how many shots?
3 shots.
Did you see if the shots hit the vehicle? The car?
Oh, yeah, Brenda.
No, I did not. I was
I think he
running
does,
up
too.
towards the house at the time with my son in my arms, and I was just trying to keep an eye on the vehicle, so I did not see where the shots actually went.
Did you see a vehicle hit anyone?
No, I did not.
Could you see into the vehicle when you saw it?
No, I could not.
And you said the vehicle went down West Street?
West Avenue, correct.
Did you see where it went from there? Or did it just go straight down West Avenue?
It continued on West Avenue. I was at one point, the house was blocking the road, so I couldn't see where the vehicle continued on.
Anything else stick out to you about that day?
I don't know. I mean, besides seeing the vehicle and the police firing shots and then running into you afterwards, I mean, that was strange enough.
Do you recall what day you gave the statement? Was
Not
that
exactly.
the same night, or was it a few days after, or a week, or?
It might have been up to a week later.
Yeah. And
I don't
Donnie
know the
coming
exact
in
dates.
with that warm blanket fresh out of the dryer. Ooh.
Recall why it took so long?
Oof.
I don't know. I received a phone call from
Gives me
a detective
goosebumps just
probably
thinking about it.
almost a week later, and I would assume that they had a lot of other people to attend to, other witnesses to get to. It was not a priority at the time. I was not.
So it'd be fair to say by that time you had saw news reports and had learned information about what happened.
Correct.
Before today, had you seen any of the video footage or photos that you saw today? Had you seen any of those before today?
Are you talking about the video of you being arrested, or I guess I don't understand the question.
The video footage that you saw today. Had you seen that before today?
I did see the Aries Industries clip before, yes.
What about the other exhibit that was shown?
I recognize that from a ring video I had seen from the arrest.
So it'd be fair to say a lot of what you learned came from news reports.
After the incident, yes.
Did you make any claim in this matter? File a claim?
What kind of a claim?
Have you filed any claim?
No.
You filed a complaint?
I just gave a witness statement to the detectives. I did not file a complaint specifically.
About what time did you learn that you could possibly testify in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. She may answer.
When I received a subpoena in the mail from the DA's office.
Do you recall whose name was on that subpoena?
Sue Opper.
Do you see Sue Opper in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out for the jury and for the record?
I'll stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you. Record will reflect the stipulation and the witness identifying Attorney Opper.
Do you recall around what time you received that subpoena?
I don't recall exactly, no.
After you received the subpoena, did you follow up with the district attorney's office at that point?
They contacted me.
Attorney Opper did?
Someone from the witness. I don't know what her exact title is. So it's someone from the DA's office. It's not specifically Sue Opper.
Like a witness advocate type of?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Was it like a witness advocate?
I don't know what her exact title is.
Do you recall her name?
Yeah, her name is Carrie.
After you learned of the additional information, did you read any police reports or a complaint?
No.
Are you aware of who the plaintiff may be in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Ever been notified who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Yes, there is.
And who's the plaintiff?
I believe it's the state of Wisconsin.
Would that constitute a breathing human being or an entity?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Are you aware that only a human being can bring a complaint or be a plaintiff?
Objection, misstatement of the law.
Sustained.
You ever had any interaction with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for
Sir,
the
under
sustain.
90611, please. Move on.
Have you ever contacted the state of Wisconsin in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Under 90611, move on, or I'll declare the cross-examination ended.
Of course you would.
Oh, what a jerk.
No further questions.
Of course you
redirect.
would.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. This will also be a very good opportunity to take a mid-morning break. I'll rise for the jury, please. For the parties, please be back in 10 minutes. We are in recess.
Right.
Such a jerk. God, I can't live and breathe and stand him. All right. Scooch through their little breaky break. Scooch through their little breaky break. Now Donnie's got me wanting to go. I need to wash my blanket. I've got a blanket that I keep in there on my recliner that's like a warm, fuzzy, like, it's bigger than a throw blanket, but not as big as like a bed. Like a, queen size. Our bed is a queen size. So it's sort of like in between. But it's my favorite, like, nappy nap blanket. And I need to wash it because between the kids and the dog and, me, I need to throw it in the wash and dry it and then go curl up with it. That sounds amazing. I know. Hey, Patricia, good to see you, girl. Of course you would. God, he's disgusting.
All right, thank you. Everyone, please be seated. State, have the next witness available?
Yes.
Yep, no, I know. We have the
Yeah,
jury.
yes, we're
Go
ready.
back on the record. We'll have the jury brought out.
I'm not
I
sure,
know I did that
Brenda.
once, but I'm not going to do that again.
I'm not sure.
Not yet. Now it is. You gotta. I gotta get faster now. Yep. Sometimes I just forget.
Are you going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
No.
Still has yet to be proven for the record.
Lots of paisley hair when washed. Yeah.
Is that
Yeah. I mean, Poppy is a Boston Terrier. So she sheds, but it's the little bitty, short, fine, black hairs. Drives me crazy. But, yeah. And then Jolie, little kiddo, crumbs and smears and who knows what else with her. Patricia said, I've been here for a bit, just working and lurking. Work and lurk away. Work and lurk away. Love it.
Is that a judicial determination that you don't have to answer that, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, I've already answered subject matter jurisdiction. You know that full well.
No, I don't.
The decision was entered last week.
I know nothing. It has yet to be proved. That's what I know.
Doesn't need to be proved.
It does. It has to be proven by the prosecution. You know that.
No, I actually know to the contrary, so we're not going to address it.
So show me lawful law that it says that.
Mr. Brooks, I provided you with the
To
law.
the
No,
contrary.
you have not.
You know what? I'll have my clerk print off another copy of that order.
You don't have to do that. Have
No,
her
I'm going
print.
to, because you apparently didn't read
No,
it, so.
have her
you can
print
read
off
it this
proof.
time.
Have her print off proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction. How about that?
How
It has
about
to be
that?
proven
Mr.
for the
Brooks,
record. It has
you
yet
are
to be
simply
proven.
wrong as a matter of
No,
law.
I'm not. If I'm wrong, then show me that I'm wrong.
I've given you the constitutional and
No,
the
you haven't.
statutory authority.
No,
and
you
the
have
case law.
not. You have not proven it on the record.
It doesn't need to be proven, sir.
It does need to be proven.
I believe the jury's coming in.
I believe that.
I don't know who this woman in the back behind him is, but you know she wants to just whack him right in the back of the
Accept
head.
for value in return for value that document. It's not proof of subject matter jurisdiction, for the record.
Fresh. I love nice and fresh.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Bed linen and
State may call its next witness.
The same call Anthony Winters.
blankets.
All right. Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right. It is upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Anthony Winters, Anthony Winters.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, direct your attention to November
I like
21st,
his
2021.
glasses.
Were you working in the city of Waukesha that day?
Yes,
What were you doing?
I was driving Lyft.
Can you explain for those few people, I think, who don't know what Lyft is, can you explain what that is?
It's a rideshare app where people can request rides from point A to point B.
Now, some people use Uber. Is that similar?
Yes,
No.
same thing. Yeah.
And is that your full-time job?
No,
Did you go to the parade, the city of Waukesha parade that day?
I did not.
Were you aware that the parade was in downtown Waukesha that day?
Objection, lady.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, I was.
How were you aware of that?
It was
He is a good looking man.
Everything was blocked off and there was heavy police presence, and then I saw kind of the convoy going.
Okay. So you say everything was blocked off. What do you mean by that?
Like a lot of the streets, when I was having to go pick up people, a lot of the streets were blocked off, so I couldn't go certain ways.
Oh, Brooks is fresh. And the
Do you
blanket
recall
is fresh.
approximately what
I
time
see,
you started
Johnny.
driving
Okay.
that day?
It was around like 3:25.
Mr. Winters, do me a favor. If there is an objection that's been raised by either party, wait to answer the question. I'll rule on the objection and then I'll let you know.
Yes, ma'am.
So the objection's noted, it's overruled, and you may continue answering.
Well, you know the lady that was sitting behind him with the gray hair? You know, she's old school. She's bound to be old school, right? You know, if that was her grandchild sitting up there, she'd whacked him and said, you act like you got some sense. His own grandmother should have been in there telling him that.
Answering.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said-
3:25.
Thank you. And do you know approximately how many fares you took that day?
That
Objection,
day,
speculative.
Overruled, you may answer.
it was probably anywhere from like about 11 or 12, somewhere in there.
Do you
Wait, what?
were your
What?
clients all
Baskets that warm your towels? What? What? That sounds amazing, though. I gotta check that out. A basket that warms your towels. Oh my gosh. That gives me goosebumps too. That like, woo. Nothing better, man, than getting out of a shower in the cold of winter and having a warm towel to wrap up in. Oh my gosh. Donnie, right? Oh, I'm going to have to go Google one too. Goodness gracious.
All from the city of Waukesha. Was that the general area they were working?
Objection.
Can you find them on
Overruled. You may
Amazon?
answer.
No. I just happened to be in that area at that time.
At some point after, do you know approximately what time you got done working that night?
Oh, it was probably later, around like 10, 11 o'clock that night.
When you got home, did you see anything on the news?
No.
At some point, did you become aware of an incident that had occurred during the city of Waukesha Christmas parade?
Yes.
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. He may answer. His answer may stand.
Generally, what information did you obtain?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
When I saw a bunch of police cars going, I contacted my sister because my niece goes to school at Carroll, and I was wondering what was going on. She told me something that wasn't even true that was going on, but later, after the next day after watching the news and social media, I found out what happened.
Looking back when you were working November 21st, 2021, did anything seem relevant with regard to that news that you saw?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yeah, I had a call that was in the area, and it was just like a really weird call because no one ever showed up, but there was a very
Right,
descriptive
Mo?
message that I got from the person that asked for the call about who I was looking for.
Okay, so I'm going to direct your attention to that day, November 21st, at approximately 5:15 p.m. What time did how do you receive communication when you get a client?
When you're signed into the app, it'll just pop up. You can accept it or you can decline.
So you say it just pops up. How does it pop up
On my cell phone.
Okay. And did you receive a fare request or a ride request at approximately 5:15 p.m.?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes, I did.
What
Towel
information
warmers.
were you
Yeah,
given
I
with
see it
regard to
right
that
here.
request?
I see it right here. Towel warmers, bathroom accessories on Amazon. Large towel warmer for the bathroom. Auto shut off, fits up to 2 40 by 70 oversized towels, bathrobes, blankets, PJs, and more. Oh my gosh. Wow. That is crazy. Donnie found one for $79 on Amazon and one that's $99. I see several different ones. It looks like there's several different ones. That's cool. That would make an excellent Christmas gift. Just saying. I'll have to put that on my list of wants for next year for my husband.
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
So the fare came in for Dawn. And
Looks like you're not getting
the
rich
address I was
today,
picking up at,
Mo.
I think it was 550 Elizabeth. And it was an empty. Well, it wasn't empty. It was an empty parking lot, but it was a company that was closed. And then I was given information that I was looking for a light-skinned black guy with dreadlocks.
Okay. Now, when you say that the name was the name associated with Dawn?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that mean to you? I'm not sure exactly how Lyft works, but
That's just
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. He may answer.
that's just the name of the person that I'm picking up. That I'm assuming that's the person I'm picking up.
okay. And were you in the city of Waukesha when that pop-up came on your phone?
Yes.
So what did you do?
Oh, Brenda, my
I
birthday
drove
is in
to the
October,
parking
so
lot and waited for and hit that I arrived and waited for whomever was going to come
just
out of the company.
passed.
And that would be, you said 550 Elizabeth Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's in the
Valentine's
city of
Day.
Waukesha?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive information as to where you're taking the person when you
Valentine's
initially
Day,
get the
ladies,
pop-up?
is next
Objection.
month.
Overruled. He may answer.
When you initially get the request, you don't know where the person is going until you say that you arrived. Then you can see the address that they're going to.
Okay. So did you eventually arrive at that location?
Yes.
What did you observe?
It was just a dark parking lot and a couple police cars on the street. No one was really around those. It seemed like it was like a closed building. I didn't.
Oh, Debbie's
know,
birthday's next
it's
Monday.
Empty parking lot, no one there.
Happy
Okay.
early birthday.
And did you see anyone, both strike that. When you arrived at the location, do you send
I hope you
something
have an amazing
through
day
your app
that day
says
in
I
case,
arrived?
you know, we don't see you then.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, there's a button that you can just click and say I arrived, and it sends a message to the person letting you know that you're out. Let them know that you're outside and they have 5 minutes to come out.
Now, is that when you would get the destination on your app?
Yes.
Did you recall what that destination was?
I don't recall the physical address. I just know it was on 19th Street in Milwaukee.
You're welcome.
So you said that the automated message went out saying that you were there and that you give that person 5 minutes.
Yes.
What happened after 5 minutes?
I began to message with whomever the person was on the other end, letting them know that I was waiting outside and that I was in a white car.
And this is a chat feature as part of the app?
Right,
Yes.
Mo?
Overruled. Your answer may stand.
And then what happened?
I received a message back
Not worth the hassle.
letting me know who I was looking for and that they were calling a ride for someone else and they didn't know where he was. They then again gave me a description of who I was looking for.
And what was that description?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Ask and answer.
Overruled, you may answer.
A light-skinned black guy with dreadlocks.
After you were given that information, what did you do?
I sent a message saying I didn't see anyone. I received a message back saying I don't know where he is. His phone died. He called me from someone else's phone.
What did you do then?
At that point, I didn't know. It was a basketball court out there, so I thought I was waiting on a kid. So I didn't want to just leave. So I got out my car. I knocked on the door at the company to see if anybody would come out. I rang the buzzer, got no answer. I got back in my car. I sent the message saying there's no one around. Could they, make sure the person comes out because I had already been past the 5-minute grace period.
Okay.
I got a message back saying I'll try to call them. I don't know what to tell you.
Then what happened?
At that point, I had been out there for about 7.5 minutes. So at that point, I just canceled the ride.
Approximately what time do you recall
There
canceling
you
the
go,
ride?
Debbie.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
It was
Oh,
around
it would be Gail,
5:30-ish,
right?
somewhere around there.
And when someone requests a ride and they don't appear, is there a charge then to that person?
Objection irrelevancy.
Yeah, there's a charge if they go past the 5-minute grace period. There is a charge.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
There may be some questions. Any questions for this witness?
Yes. Do you remember about what time the call came in for the lift?
5:15.
Do you recall being interviewed by any law enforcement in the days after that night?
Yes.
And do you know if that was by phone or in person?
It was in person.
Upon arriving at the destination, you were supposed to be giving a lift to someone. Do you recall if there was anything strange about the destination?
Yeah, it was a closed building. There was no one out there, no cars in the parking lot.
And you said you canceled the ride around 5:30ish.
Yeah.
Do you recall what you did from that point?
I took another fare.
Same area or?
Same area.
you made reference to someone telling you something that wasn't true that was going on. Do you recall what that was?
I do recall that it was. My sister said that the school told my niece to stay in her dorm because there was an active shooting.
Oh, that's nice, Mo.
And usually, does your Lyft app have a profile picture attached to it?
No.
Oh, wow, Debbie. Yay. Ah, wow. Right. That's amazing.
Do you recall when speaking to law enforcement, something to the effect of referring to a profile picture or description included in the profile?
I recall saying that there was no profile picture.
Yeah, answer
And were you
prayers,
able to
right?
see any phone numbers or contact information?
I was not. You can't see that stuff on the app.
Makes me say, love when people say God is good all the time, and all the time God is good, right? Love that. That's amazing. Amazing. For your friend too, Mo. That's awesome. All right, come on, Darrell Brooks. You're getting on my nerves. You're already on my nerves. You stay on my nerves, but this questioning is just beyond.
Before you canceled the ride,
Why?
do you recall the last contact with the person who had set the lift up?
Yes, I'm pretty sure they said, I don't know what to tell you. And I told them that I didn't see anyone.
And that was via text message?
It's a chat through the app.
And you said usually, even if it's no pickup, there's a charge still associated with it?
Yep.
Do you recall how many requests you completed after that failed one?
Approximately 8 to 10.
And you did state that you were not at the parade that evening, right?
True.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. State may call its next witness, please.
The state calls Daniel Ryder.
Good morning, Mr. Ryder. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Daniel Ryder, Danielrider.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, do you live in the city of Waukesha?
I do.
Where were you living back on November 21st of 2021?
553 Elizabeth Street.
Were you living there, were you home there that afternoon and early evening, that Sunday afternoon?
I was.
Was anybody else home with you?
No.
Can you describe what that residence looks like? Is it a single family house, multi-unit? What's it look like?
Yeah, it's
Overruled, you may answer.
it's a three or four bedroom house with 2 bathrooms. It's a Cape Cod style home, land and stone. Yeah, it's got a 2.5 car garage.
Okay. Do you know what Aries Industries is?
Yeah.
Where is Aries Industries in relation to the house you're describing?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Witness may answer.
Oh, Shereen,
Yeah, Aries is
honey,
right
I'm
across the street from
sorry.
my house.
That's tough. That's really, really tough.
That afternoon, November 21st, were you aware that the Waukesha Christmas parade was taking place?
Yes, I was aware of the parade.
Did you attend the parade?
No.
Did you watch the Packer game?
I did watch the Packer earlier that day, but I was watching the Chiefs Cowboys game that evening. Or that, I think it was afternoon. I don't know exactly what time it was, but.
Do you recall what happened at approximately 5 o'clock p.m. that day?
Objection leading.
Wow,
Overruled.
Debbie.
You may answer.
Yeah, so earlier that day I was in my
Yes,
hometown
ma'am.
preparing
He's
for
got
deer season,
something
and then
in
I
the
drove
works
back
for
to
you.
Waukesha.
Sounds like for sure.
I got home in Waukesha, my home in Waukesha around 4 o'clock, and was watching the game, and then about 5 o'clock my ring doorbell goes off, and then there's a gentleman at my front porch knocking on the door saying that they're homeless, they're
Great
cold, and they need to
advice,
use my
great
phone
advice.
so that they can
Yes,
tell
yes,
their Uber
yes.
where to pick them up.
What did that gentleman look like?
He was African American. He had long hair and a beard.
Do you remember what he was wearing?
Yeah, he had like a red T-shirt, reddish orange T-shirt, and no shoes on, pants. But I remember it stood out to me because it was cold and really windy that day, and he was outside with a T-shirt and no shoes, and saying he's really cold. So that stood out.
You mentioned a few moments ago your Ring doorbell. Is that a device affixed to your exterior door frame?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
It's fixed to the outside of my porch, so not quite on the door, but just next door to the door. Yeah.
Okay. And does that capture video?
Objection leading.
Yes.
What about
Hey,
audio?
welcome back,
Yes,
California Dreamer. Good to
Overruled.
see you.
Did
Opie.
your Ring video doorbell capture the video and audio of your initial interaction with that gentleman on the afternoon of November 21st?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
The Ring doorbell, when it senses motion, it takes a 20-second snippet. And the 20 seconds that I got from the initial interaction
Opie
was just
Cunningham.
the suspect coming up to my house and knocking
Sunday,
on the door and saying
Monday,
he's homeless
happy
and he's home.
days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. Thursday, Friday, happy days. The weekend comes, and then that's all I know. Da 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 da. Oh, funny. Oh no, he had to be rushed to the hospital. What's going on? No. No, 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 no. Yeah, Mo, I hope they can too, because, I've got a kiddo. My older kiddo has autism, and I can't imagine having, I don't want to even think about that. But let's just say that he wouldn't comprehend that. He wouldn't be able to comprehend what that would entail, what that would mean. You know, he just would not. Yeah, nobody wants to be alone in a boat, right? Nope, nope, nope. Possible heart attack. Whoa. Wow. Sending all the thoughts and prayers out. Yikes. Wow, that's scary. Was it earlier today? And let me tell you guys, I was just thinking about this literally too. If you live in an area, I mean, California Dreamer, her name has got California in it, so I'm assuming she lives in California. But I had looked out my window earlier and saw the neighbor across the road shoveling his driveway out of the snow, you know? And they always say, I've always heard this, that people, you hear all the time of people having like massive heart attacks when they're shoveling snow. And that worries me, you know. Oh, you're in the Midwest. Okay. All right. Well, keep us up in update, you know, in the loop, updated. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. That's scary. Very scary. Right, Margaret? The strain, yeah. Well, you think of snow as being light. You know, you think of snow as being light and fluffy, but it's a lot heavier than you realize. He wasn't shoveling. He's a bed-bound disabled vet. Okay. 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 Well, you know what? When you get the next opportunity, you tell him that a bunch of people over here on the internet send him our thanks for his prior military service. For sure. Snow has caved roofs in. Yeah, it is heavy. Very heavy. For sure, for sure, for sure. All right, we'll get back to it, but I'm sending out prayers because, you know, to you and your dad and everybody involved, the doctors and everything.
I didn't get the verbal interaction that I had with him on the Ring doorbell because it only filmed 20 seconds.
After the fact, so later
Sorry
that
about
evening,
that.
did you speak with
Yeah, and
law
that we're
enforcement?
praying for him, yes.
Yes.
And did you subsequently, at some point, provide that 20-second Ring video doorbell clip to a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Did you edit it in any way before sending it?
Objection.
I'm going to pause, or not pause, but mute myself and turn my camera off. My dog is needing to go out to use the bathroom, and it takes her forever because she does not like the snow, and she stands there and looks at me, and I have to, like, bribe her with treats to get her to go. So, I will be back. I will be back in a few minutes. California Dreamer says people think clouds are light and fluffy too. They weigh literal tons. Veterans will always have my utmost respect. Me too. Me too. Me too. My dad and my brother are Marines. My dad has since passed away, but you can't ever say he was a Marine. Well, I mean, you can because he's passed away, but he was once a Marine, always a Marine. Semper Fi. All right. I'm going to run and let the doggy out to use the potty, but I'll be right back.
No, and there was 4 or 5 different snippets, not just the 1 20-second snippet. So there was one, the initial interaction of him coming to the door, and then there was another one of him leaving, and then an interaction there, and then the police coming to the door and him asking to come back inside the house when I wouldn't let him in. So there's 4 clips that I submitted, 4 or 5 that I submitted to the police.
All right, let's work our way through those. Let's start, Your Honor. I'd ask that we please show exhibit number 75 for the witness only.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Do you see a video on the screen in front of you?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
This is Mr. Brooks coming up to my door.
You said Mr. Brooks. Did you know his name at that time?
Not at the time, no.
When did you learn that name?
The officers were using it after the fact, so I don't know, about 5:30 or so that day.
Okay. Does this appear to accurately depict your front porch as it looked as that subject walked up to your door?
Yes.
And this is the video you sent to law enforcement that night, or sometime after that night?
Yes.
Move exhibit 75 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 75 is received, permission to publish. Granted.
Objection.
It's noted. Overruled.
As we're waiting for that to pop up in the jury box on their screens, I'll ask you, Mr. Ryder, do you see a date and timestamp on the bottom right-hand corner of this video?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I do.
Is that a timestamp that's a feature of Ring, or was that added after the fact?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's a feature of Ring. I didn't add that, yeah.
And to your knowledge, does that timestamp appear to be accurate?
Objection.
Overruled.
Speculative.
Yes, that is accurate.
For the record, the objection was overruled.
This is a 20-second clip. I'm going to ask that we play it once with audio.
Hey, I'm calling an Uber, and I'm supposed to be waiting for it over here, but I don't know when it's coming. Can you call it for me, please? I'm homeless.
Can we pull that back up just to look at the timestamp one more time? Thank you. And just for those of us with not the greatest eyesight, would you mind reading that timestamp on the bottom right hand at the beginning of this exhibit?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yeah, it says November 21st, 2021, and the timestamp says 17:01, so 5:01 p.m.
Okay. The voice we heard in that exhibit that we just played, whose voice is that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Objection.
You may answer, sir.
It's Mr. Brooks's voice.
It's not yours.
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Brooks please be instructed to remove his face mask momentarily.
Sir, would you please remove your face mask and face the witness?
Was that a question of...
The state's asked, sir, please remove your face mask and face the witness.
I'm confused. You made a statement about voice.
The question's been asked and answered. Please remove your mask.
What was the question?
Please remove your mask and face the witness.
Mr. Ryder, do you see the person depicted in exhibit number 75 in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify him for us by telling us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the table right there wearing a black suit and a gray striped tie.
And as the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Brooks.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as the person depicted in this video and the person who was on his porch on November 21.
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Go ahead, your next question, please.
Thank you. What happened in the moments after this video, the 20 seconds that were captured?
So he was on my porch for, I don't know exactly, a minute maybe, and he was telling me the interaction, or he was telling me that he needed to use my phone to let his Uber know where to pick him up, and that he was homeless and cold, and he said he didn't have any weapons or anything on him, and he lifted his shirt real quick, and I was like, no, it's okay, you can use my phone, and I let him come inside and warm up. I just tend to believe people, and I'm from a small town, and we had people that need help all the time, people live right off the highway, so I'm used to, didn't faze me too much. I mean, I was nervous for sure, but I was like, yeah, I can use my phone. And he made it sound like the Uber was going to be here just any second, just needed to know where to pick him up. So I said, yeah, you can come and warm up while you wait for the Uber. And I let him sit on the couch right by the window out front. I said, you can look out here waiting for your Uber. And he's on the phone most of the time after that with his mom. And he's saying, the address 553 Elizabeth Street is where it needs to come, and how far away is it, kind of things like that. But
okay,
I guess is that what you're wondering? Or
let me back up.
Yeah.
You made a motion with your hands there regarding what Mr. Brooks said about not being armed. You do that again, just for anybody who missed it.
Objection. I don't know. Not consent to being called that name.
Go ahead.
Again, for the record.
yeah, so I don't remember exactly what the motion was. I remember him saying he didn't have any weapons and he's not dangerous. And I think he lifted his shirt really quickly. But then I was like, don't worry, I'm not worried about that. And so I didn't. It's not like I patted him down or anything like that. But.
Okay. Did you let him in the front door that would be right next to your video doorbell?
I actually.
Oh.
I can rephrase.
Go ahead, rephrase.
What door did you let Mr. Brooks into your home?
I let him in the back
I
door.
don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
Yeah, the back door.
So he went around the side of the house to get to the back door?
That's right.
What happened when he got to the back door?
I don't remember exactly. I remember letting him in. Well, I remember, so I just got back hunting, so I asked him to go through the back door so I could make sure I didn't have any weapons laying around. And so after that was good, then I let him in the back door. Well, just to give me a second to make sure nothing was tempting or anything. But I let him in the back door, and I think I gave him a coat right away, and then gave him my phone, and then told him where to sit down. And when I told him to sit in the spot, he didn't move or anything. He stayed right there listening to me.
What else did you give him?
I gave him a sandwich because he said he was homeless. And I said, I can get you some slippers to put on your feet to warm your feet up. I never did end up giving him slippers. But yeah, so I gave him a jacket to wear while he was at my house. I gave him a spot to sit and wait for the Uber and a sandwich.
You testified earlier that he was on the phone with his mom. How do you know that?
Objection. Respectfully to you.
Overruled.
A few reasons. I heard him say mama a lot, and his mother called me, and I didn't answer, but his mom called and left a voicemail after the fact, confirming it.
Whose phone was he using while he was inside your house?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
He was using my personal cell phone.
How would you describe his demeanor as he was inside your house?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I would say flustered, but also there were many times he was thanking me, and so he was grateful, and he even said, "Thank you so much for showing me love, man." And he was calling me bro, and so it wasn't. I guess that didn't make me feel like I was in any danger at the moment.
Did Mr. Brooks leave your home at some point?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm sorry. I lost train of thought. Can you say it again?
Did he leave your home at some point?
Yeah, he left when I asked him to. So he was in my house for 8 or 9 minutes, and then I was standing on the front door looking outside because I was getting a little nervous because I thought the Uber would be there in a minute or two, not 10. And so after 8 or 9 minutes, I'm looking around outside and I see a police car drive by, and then I see another one coming down the street. And so I tell him, I say, hey, we don't get a lot of police traffic on this street, and I'm getting nervous, and this is just too weird of a situation. You're fine to wait for your Uber, but you need to do it outside my house. And he was a little bit like, oh, no, it's okay, don't worry, man, don't worry. And I said, no, you need to leave. And then he listened and got up, and I've got video footage of that, of me escorting him outside of my house. He's still on the phone, and he's still got my jacket on, but I just said, you need to leave. Do you want me to say, do you want me to keep going? Or?
I just want you to answer my question. So,
okay, yeah.
Let's pause there, though.
Sure.
And show for the witness only, please, exhibit number 77. We'll play a few seconds of this without any audio, and actually, to save time authenticating, Your Honor, I think we'll do this with the remaining 3 videos we have.
Go ahead. So this is 70.
77, yep.
77. All right, thank you.
Play a few seconds, please, without, there we go. Okay, we play 4 seconds from exhibit 77. Do you recognize that clip?
I do.
And what is that?
It was Mr. Brooks walking out first with a jacket on, and me in a long sleeve shirt, a gray shirt, walking out behind him.
Can we show for the witness only, please, exhibit 78?
Go ahead.
We'll play the first couple of seconds of this one, too. Okay. We played the first 8 seconds of that. Did you recognize that clip?
Yes.
What does that show?
That shows Mr. Brooks after I had him leave and get my phone and jacket. He was outside, and then him asking to come back inside because he said he left his ID inside my house. And that was on the audio, but that sounded like he had the audio off for that.
And we'll show you 79 now without any audio as well, just for the witness. Okay, played 8 seconds of Exhibit 79. Do you recognize that video?
Yep.
What does it show?
It shows an officer on my porch after the suspect was put into cuffs, asking if I knew who the suspect was.
Are Exhibits 77, 78, and 79 accurate depictions of your porch that night?
Yes.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
Move Exhibits 77, 78, and 79 into evidence and ask to publish all 3, please.
Objection.
The objection is noted as to all 3. It is overruled. Exhibits 77, 78, and 79 are received permission to publish. All 3 are granted.
Okay, 77 is up now for everybody. It's a 21-second clip. We're going to play it once with audio, please.
Before you do that, can we just confirm it's in the jury box? Not yet. Okay. Let me know.
I guess while we're waiting, we can make use of this time. Mr. Ryder, could you read the time and date stamp for us on the bottom right-hand corner?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's November 21st, 2021, 17:10, so 5:10 p.m.
Okay, we've got it up for the jurors. Let's play this once with audio. Do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
What are you wearing in the video?
A gray shirt.
Overruled.
A gray shirt.
Did you hear the wind in that video?
Yes.
What do you recall being said in that portion of the video?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I'm walking Mr. Brooks outside of my house, and my neighbor, Greg, says, "Are you guys looking for that guy?" And I had no idea of anything at this point, and so I say, "I don't know. This might be him." You can hear that in the audio. I don't know if anybody was able to distinguish that, but that's what was said. And then Mr. Brooks says, "No, no, no." And then I say, "Can I have my phone, please?" And then after that, I say, "Can I have my jacket, please?"
Did he provide those items to you?
He did.
Okay. Can we put up for the jury, please, Exhibit 78? This is a 20-second clip. We will play it once with audio, please.
My ID! My ID!
Mr. Ryder, what happened during that video clip?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Mr. Brooks, or I should say the suspect, came to my door, asked to come back inside to look for his ID. I said, "No, I'll look for it. You stay out there." And I was looking underneath the couch and everywhere that he sat for his ID when I hear the police officers saying, "Put your hands up." And
Did you ever find that person's ID?
no,
Did that person leave anything else inside of your house?
no,
Flip-flops?
No.
Sweatshirt?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase that last question.
What, if anything else, did that suspect leave in your house?
I
Objection,
don't.
leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
I didn't find anything left in my house.
Okay. Can we please...
Oh, hi, Rosebud. I just wanted... Sorry, I was in there making myself a cup of coffee. It is cold and snowy, but I wanted to stop and say hi to you personally, if you're from Waukesha. She says, "It looks like you folks have been rewatching this for a few days. I'll have to go back and watch from the beginning. Thanks for doing this." Yeah, we did. I watched it when it actually happened. But then I wanted to, I watched it long before I started the channel. And this was one of those trials that I had told all of the subscribers here that I wanted to watch back with them, do a rewatch of it. Because, you know, quite a few of them hadn't seen this. And I thought that it was a really good one to rewatch. Yeah, all of our hearts are with you and your community, for sure. Margaret says, why do I want to think that the suspect never carried ID? You know, if I were Darrell Brooks, I probably wouldn't want to claim myself with my identification either. Many return thoughts after New Orleans. It never goes away, but we are and continue to be Waukesha strong. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's amazing. You know, something else I always say, everybody here always, you know, people that come to the channel all the time know that I love trials with a good accent. And, you know, we're used to hearing the Southern accents. But I love a good Wisconsin accent too. And you know what? Sue Opper has probably the best Wisconsin accent I've ever heard. And I love to listen to her talk, especially when she's giving Darrell Brooks the what for. I'll tell you that much. Love it. But yeah, after what happened in New Orleans, yeah. There was a lot of people. It was actually strange because we had started rewatching this, and Rosebud said, "You think we have accents?" Yes. Yes. But when we were watching this the other day, oh, hold on, I got a cough. We were watching this the other day, and that had literally happened in New Orleans. And we were talking about how strange, you know, how strange that was. But oh, Leslie Basie, is that her last name, Basie? She's going to be your new DA? Wow. I like her a lot. And somebody was just saying that Zach Wichow is going to be was he elected as the judge somewhere? I don't know, but that's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Oh, for sure, Cherie. Yeah, he just wanted to hide in the house. He wanted somewhere to hide till he could get his ride somewhere else to hide and come up with his story. Which, wait till we get to the interrogation when they get him into the police office and okay, Rosebud, maybe it was somebody saying that they hoped he would or wished that he would. I could be wrong. Probably very much am. Yeah, but what I want to know is who is the guy that keeps sitting against the wall? He looks like what's his name? He looks like one of those professional dancers from Dancing with the Stars. Max Shmerkovsky or something like that. Hold on, let me turn my phone. That's who he reminds me of. I don't know who he is, but he's cute. I thought he was an investigator, but I could be wrong. Okay, we'll get back to it. We're watching this on 1.25.
Show for the jury exhibit 79.
But I'm so glad you joined us.
This is a 19-second clip. We will play it once with audio.
26, block 26. Did he know this guy? Absolutely not. Okay.
We paused at 18 seconds That's the police officer you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you, just for the record, read for us the time and date stamp on the bottom right-hand corner here at the 18-second mark of exhibit number 79?
Yeah, it's November 21st, 2021, and the time is 17:12 and 59 seconds, so 5:12 p.m.
The video is a little bit blurry. Do you
Okay, the good-looking detective. Yeah, he's very good-looking. I don't know. The paralegal in the back came to my house for trick-or-treat last Halloween. She's very nice. The one that's got the very short hair, I think she's so pretty. I think, is she the one that's running the, I think she's running the videos and stuff for them.
You know where Mr. Brooks is at this point?
Objection leading, and I do not consent to being called that name.
Okay.
Overruled. The objection's noted. You may answer the question.
Yeah, the suspect is on the east side of my walkway, on the northeast side of my house, in my yard. If you see where those two police officer heads are, the suspect is on the grass right there.
That's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
All right, any cross?
Yes, just 1 second.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Will you be needing any of those videos to back up at any time?
Not that I can think of at the moment.
Thank you.
And before that evening, you didn't know the guy that came to your house, correct?
Correct.
And so why do you refer to
Here we go with this
him by name
stupid line of
if you didn't know
questioning.
him?
It's the same line of questioning. He asks all these different witnesses who spotted him. You know what I'm saying? Ugh. She's gorgeous. Yes, she ran the videos and all exhibits. Still a running joke here. What's a running joke? What's the running joke?
Because after the fact, the police officers and other people involved informed me of who the suspect was that was at my house that night.
Why I don't get
It'd be fair to
it. Why do I not exhibitees? Why do I not get it? Right over my head. What? The only thing I can think of is like nudie people. Is that what we're getting at? Is that the funny part? Sometimes things have to be spelled out for me because this is me as my Rose Nyland from the Golden Girls. Brooks lost his mind when they start laughing in court. He thought they were laughing at him, and it was because she had placed a Y at the end of exhibit, meaning it was exhibity. Oh, okay. Okay. Remember when Brooks thought they were tee-heeing and kikiing about him? Yes. Yes. And he got all out of sorts about that. Okay. That's what Darrell calls exhibits. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, sometimes things just go whoop right over top of my head. Yeah, he got all kinds of broke down over that. Yeah. He don't like to be made to look stupid, right? But he's stupid. Oh, I can imagine, Rosebud. I can imagine. I mean, we have, like, look here. One of our very own loved peoples over here on the channel. Her name is Morgana. She's not here today. Or I haven't seen her in the chat today. Let me just say that. But her daughter made this for us. And every time he says grounds now, I try to, if I have my finger on the button, will plop that up on the screen. Because, I mean, the dude is just off his rocker, man. Off his rocker. Off his rocker. Yeah. Yeah. We've gotten a few new friends over here since we've been doing this trial, and I'm appreciative of that. I love that. He is a horse's A55. Sorry. He is a horse's A55. 100%. Yes. He's a horse's ass. I'll say it. I'm usually not big about name calling. I don't like to name call. But this is one. He's one that I've called him all kinds of names. I can't help it. He's just dumber than a post. I don't even know what to say about him. I don't know. I don't know. But, and one thing I'll say too, especially since you are, from the area, from Waukesha, let me just say, we have laughed and we have tee-heed and kikied, okay, over here. But about him. Never about the situation. I don't want anybody to ever think that we're laughing about the terrorism that he threw upon your community that day. Never, ever, ever, ever. But he, on the other hand, is well worth making fun of and laughing at. For sure. You get it. We did that here as well. Well, and I'm glad. You know, we try to tell people here all the time, if we ever are laughing and cutting up, true crime is true crime. It's never pretty. It's never funny. Crime is never funny. Unless you're watching one of those dumbest criminal in history videos where people aren't dying. They're just, you know, dumb and try to rob a place and give their driver's license over or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, that kind of stuff is funny, but the kind of crime that we focus on over here is never funny. So when you can throw in a little humor here and there, it makes it easier to handle. The Wonder Woman PFP is appropriate. That's what I call Judge Doro. I love Judge Doro. I love her so much. Now, I don't know how Rosebud feels about Judge Doro. I don't know. But she has the patience of Job. She's gorgeous. And she has great drinkware accessories. I like her cups. Her coffee cup today was super cute. Not that I wear high heels because I don't, but that was a cute cup. I'm all about cute coffee cups. Just saying. Also, her stainless steel turquoisey cup. I love it. I love her hair. I love her glasses. I love her tablecloth sized eyeglass cleaning fabric material. Love everything about her. Let me see. Yeah, Billy, it does. It breaks the tension up. Hey, dog mom. Welcome. I'm glad that you got here. All right. We'll get back to it.
Say you captured, or your ring captured quite a little bit of video. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Quite a little bit of video. Is that fair to say?
Did you turn over all the ring footage to law enforcement?
I believe so. I mean, there was probably 7 or 8 other snippets of just officers coming in and out. I do believe I turned all that in, but nothing of evidence or anything.
I don't know what that last word is, but
And
I'll take it.
were you aware that the ring footage was shown on social media platforms?
I was aware, yes.
Any idea how that came about?
No worries, dog mom. We
Grounds.
got snow
Grounds.
too, honey. You should not have been out driving in it, though.
Overruled. Team answer.
Yeah, I released it.
And you released it.
Glad you're
Will
home
you
safe.
Explain what you mean by released it.
Yeah, the news wanted the footage, and I thought that this was good footage for this community and the victims to see some justice of the suspect put into cuffs, so I decided to release it.
And
Oh, okay.
were you paid for that release?
I was.
So it'd be fair to say that you profited off your ring footage.
The incentive to release the footage was not to make money, and we donated a lot of money of the money we did see off of it. But yes, we did. The money did make, or the video did make money.
Do you recall how many videos you released?
I believe it was 4.
Okay.
You got paid for all 4?
Mom.
I don't know if it was paid for a per video basis, or we were getting bombarded by the news, so we did it. We worked with an agent that then dealt with all the news people, and we just got some off the back end. So I don't exactly know how that works.
So would it be fair to say that you sold that footage?
Yes.
He's ridiculous. I'm assuming his appeal is because she didn't supply him with his certified copy of the jurisdiction and all that stuff. Subject matter jurisdiction.
And you stated that you were, while having this interaction, you were a little nervous. Debbie, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like you were in any danger or just nervous?
I never felt like I was in danger until I saw the police driving by. Then I did.
But initially, your interactions, you didn't feel like you would be overtaken in any way?
No, and the person at my door was very polite, so I didn't feel in danger.
Yeah, he's like, you made money. I shook my finger at you.
And you testified to the
Did you at
to the
least-
effect that you had just arrived back home from hunting that evening?
That's correct.
Did you at least have a ranch dressing?
Well, not just arrived, but 4 o'clock probably got home by 4:15.
At that time, had you heard anything about what happened at the parade?
No, all I knew was that there was a parade that day, but I had not heard of any incident happening
He
at
wasn't
all.
scared of you, Darrell.
At any time during your interaction with the suspect, did you notice any car keys?
He's a piece of
No.
crap.
It's not to say he didn't have any on him,
A
but
whole
I didn't
piece
notice
of
any.
crap.
You didn't notice any.
Nope.
That'd be fair to say.
Yep, that'd be fair to say.
Good job, Margaret. Good job, Margaret.
Did you notice any drug or alcohol?
I didn't personally notice any drug or alcohol. I know there was some substance found on my porch after the fact, but I didn't notice. I think maybe I smelled a little bit of weed or something, but nothing stood out too much.
Yeah, there she is. The paralegal right there behind Zach. She's gorgeous. She's beautiful. Gorgeous. California Dreamer says I'd counter and say 140 pounds of crap. Right. That's why we said he's a whole crap. The whole thing of him. He's a whole crap. Well, I think I said piece of crap, so yeah.
And you stated
there
that
go.
you gave the suspect a jacket and a sandwich.
I called him the piece of crap,
Yes, sir.
but you're right. He is 140 pounds of crap.
And was that due to the suspect saying that they were homeless and cold, or did you just take the initiative to do that?
I don't remember the suspect asking for food, but I do remember them saying multiple times that they were homeless and cold and needed help, and so I took the initiative to try to help any way I could in the moment. Yeah, I think I offered the jacket and the sandwich. I don't think they ever asked for either one.
Okay, there we go. That's it. That's
And
where
you
I
let the-
heard it. Someone had said, I was talking in here earlier, it must have been right before you came in here, California Dreamer, that Rosebud, I was telling Rosebud, because she had said that Leslie Basie, I think is how you pronounce her last name, was going to be the new DA, or is the new DA, one or the other. And that I heard that Zach was running for judge or something. And I'd said that I'd heard that, and she said she hadn't heard that. But I don't know if it's true or not. It would be cool if he was.
You use your phone, correct?
Yes.
And how do you know for sure who they were talking to?
Because the number that they had called me back and left a voicemail saying that they were the mother of the person that just called. She said something to the effect of, "Hi, you just let my son use your phone. I'm calling back to figure out what's going on." And so that told me. And I did hear the suspect use mama when they were on the phone too.
Did you follow up with that voicemail?
I did not.
Browns?
Overruled.
Okay, just clarify the basis is, he didn't describe it as a voicemail?
He did. He said he left.
I thought he did, but
Yeah.
anyway, the objection's overruled. Did you finish asking your question? Why don't you just ask it again?
Did you follow up with the caller that left the voicemail after that?
I never called her back. No,
Oh,
she just
okay.
called one time
Okay.
and left one voicemail. I did give the phone number to the police because they asked for it, so I gave them the number you had called and then told them about the voicemail calling me back. But I didn't release that to anybody else other than the police.
I've also heard that Jennifer Darrow isn't a judge anymore, that she went back to work at her family's law practice.
Do you recall keeping that phone number in your call log after
Again,
that?
whether that's true or not,
I
I have
believe
no
it's
idea.
still in my voicemail history, if that's what you're wondering.
Even now?
Even now, yeah.
Any reason why you would keep it this long?
It's just, I didn't go out of my way to keep it. It just is on there. I don't get a lot of voicemail, so I checked this morning just to make sure it was on there, and it still is on the bottom of my list.
So why would you check for it this
Oh,
morning?
and
'Cause
Rosebud,
I
while
thought-
I'm thinking of it, are you familiar with the no way, Rosebud, are you serious? California Dreamer, she was also the judge in the eyedrop murder case. I did not know that. I knew that about Doro because QB, another gal that's usually in here all the time, is here today. But she told me that Doro has a twin. I didn't know that Brooks had a twin or Opper. That's crazy. What was I going? Oh, are you familiar with the Zachariah Anderson case? And if so, what are your thoughts on that? I'm just asking. Just asking. I don't know how close that is to Waukesha. Okay, Darrow is still a judge. Okay. It was the infamous eye drop murder case where the woman was poisoning her best friend with eye drops. Yep. That was a good trial. I watched that one. California says, I knew about Brooks. His twin sister passed years ago from an OD. Aw. Didn't know that. Okay, Rosebud said, yes, I am. I think Zach did do it. Okay, I do too, personally. But I will say it's kind of like with the Ole Miss trial that was just going on in, where was that going on? Mississippi? Yeah. Duh, Ole Miss trial. And where was that at? Where was the Ole Miss trial at? Another, over my head. Mississippi. I was thinking Georgia. That trial, there was no body. No remains found. And so, that's the only thing I struggle with the Zachariah Anderson case is there's no body. But I personally think he did it. Okay, Gail, honey. Have a good evening. Have a good evening. Oh, wow. Okay. You received jury notice for eye drop murder trial, but had to be removed due to my family's caregiving responsibilities. Nice. Yeah, Debbie, I heard the same thing. Darrell ran for Wisconsin Supreme Court but didn't get it. Something about her son's criminal record, I heard. Yeah, I heard about that. It's awful. Awful. Yeah, folks do go to jail in Wisconsin, even without a body. Yeah. Well, they do most places, but I still just like, you know what I mean? Debbie, those were both incredible trials. The eye drop murder one was really, really, really good. It was really good. And of course, Judge Darrow was the judge over that case. And there was some like drama in that trial, with the defense. And Jessie Karchevsky, I think that's how you say her last name, she's a bit of a drama queen herself. Kind of, not quite as bad as Sarah Boone, but she's up there. I'm glad she's still a judge, though. We need her on the bench. Yeah, she seems to be a very fair judge. A very fair judge. When my best friend, who was a prosecutor, was killed by a drunk driver, she was on her way to prosecute a very infamous trial. Here where I live, it was a horrible case of double homicide. Oh, wow. Wow. Debbie says I might restream them on my channel when there's not a lot going on. Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing with this one, because there wasn't much going on before the holidays, and I was like, now's a great time to do a rewatch of this one. And both of those, the Zachariah Anderson is another one that we've talked about rewatching over here too, because there was no body. No body. But the eye drop trial, yeah, that's definitely worth a rewatch. And because I'm a big, massive Judge Darrell fan, we'll eventually do that one too. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's get back
maybe
to
it'd
it.
come up today. I don't remember the exact number, but I still have the voicemail if I needed to bring that up.
What led you to believe that it may come up this morning?
Because I knew I had to testify, but I didn't know what exactly would come up or not.
What do you mean by you knew you had to testify? Is that...
I got a subpoena and asked to come and share what happened at my house that day, and that was one of the things that happened.
You seeked testifying?
Objection.
Grounds?
Argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
It's so sad. How many folks, how many kids
So you made
will
reference
never
to
want to
still keeping the
participate in a
voicemail.
parade
Did
after
you
this?
keep any of the ring footage?
Something
It's
that's
still on my
supposed to be
phone, yes.
so happy.
You said it was like 6 or 7 videos?
I didn't keep anything past the officer coming up to my door after. So I think I've got only 4 saved, maybe 5.
Any reason why you would keep those this long?
I just haven't felt the need to get rid of them, I guess.
Right,
I mean,
Margaret.
That video is protecting me, from being involved or anything, so there's no reason I would ever get rid of it.
Would it be fair to say that you weren't involved in anything that evening?
Other than trying to help somebody who I thought was in need, I was not involved in anything that evening.
So why
Another
would you have
person
any
trying
fear
to do a
that
good deed.
You may be implicated in anything, and if you know that you weren't involved in anything?
Because I had a suspect who had just done horrendous things come to my house, and automatically people are going to think that maybe I had something, or I knew you or something, and I didn't.
Wow.
And so this is just validating that you told me you were homeless and I was trying to help a stranger out when really... Sorry. What's the question?
I mean, it would be fair to say that you weren't arrested in any connection to any events that evening. Would that be fair to say?
That'd be fair. I've never been arrested.
What would be fair to say
So
is
my
you need
question
to
would
just
be, why
shut
would you
your
think
mouth
that you would be implicated in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
and quit
That's an
asking the
answer.
most
Next
dumb
question.
questions that have nothing to do with anything.
And how do you feel that the keeping of the videos would protect you from something that you don't need protection from?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered, sustained. Next question.
I think I misspoke when I said that it was protecting me, because it's not necessarily protecting me. It's just something I haven't got rid of yet.
What he should have done, and I don't know why he wanted I don't know why he wanted to defend himself. I have no idea. I don't know what happened between him and his attorneys, what made him say he wanted to, do go this route. But what he should have done for his best interest as a defendant was let his lawyers stay there and do their job, and him just sit there and zip his lips and keep his mouth shut, because he ain't done himself any favors thus far. And it only gets worse as far as his attitude and hatefulness goes. He's trying to implement him into harboring a fugitive. Yeah, right? He does. He thinks he's the smartest person in the room, just like Sarah. Yeah. That was his biggest problem. He couldn't keep his mouth shut. No. I'm telling you, he's dumber than a post. That guy back there's got a fancy
Do you recall
camera.
interaction with law enforcement by the name of Officer Luling?
I do.
Margaret, right?
Do you
Oh
recall
my God.
emailing
We'd still
him
be sitting here
portions of the ring
watching
footage?
her stuff.
Yes.
Do you recall how many portions?
Maybe 4 or 5. I don't remember exactly how many. So no, I can't recall that exactly how many I did.
52
Do you
years
recall if it was
later.
6?
I don't recall.
Every time you say that must be a southern thing. Oh, the dumber than a post? Yeah.
I'm assuming at some point that after escorting the suspect out of your house, you went back into your house?
Yep.
And what did you do from that point?
When I escorted the suspect out and he gave me the jacket and the phone back, I went right inside, locked the door, and I don't remember exactly what I did. I think I stood in there and looked outside because I wanted to see whatever was going on. See either the suspect get into an Uber and leave, or see the police get him in cuffs. And it was a matter of a minute later, the suspect came and was knocking on my door again to come back inside and look for the ID.
When asking for your phone and your jacket back, was there any resistance on the part of the suspect, or did they just?
Maybe a few seconds to finish up their phone call, but they gave it back as soon as I asked for it.
Dumber than a box of rocks, yeah. Dumber than a box of hair.
And you stated at one point going back in your house to look for the ID and wasn't able to find the ID?
Yeah, the suspect came back after I escorted him out of my house, came back like about a minute later, asking to come back inside and look for his ID. And I said, no, I'll look for it for you. So I was looking for his ID. I didn't let him back inside.
I'm sorry you went through that, California.
And you didn't
dreamer.
find any ID when you looked?
No, I did not find any ID.
Did you find anything unusual?
No.
Right. Yeah, I am. I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry that anybody goes through that.
And after seeing reports on the news and things of the like, did you come into any more information at that point?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague.
Sustained us to the family question.
Did you learn anything from news reports that you didn't know that
That
evening?
trial had to be triggering for a lot of people.
Yes. After the fact, I learned of the suspect's criminal. Well, I guess. Sorry.
We're not gonna go there.
Okay. I learned the name of the suspect at my house. I learned what that suspect was put into cuffs for at my house, and I learned what vehicle he drove and the details.
Yeah, I'll be
of
here
the
tomorrow,
incident.
Debbie. Yeah, I usually stream every day, Monday through Friday. Hey, Steph, I see you coming in here. Debbie, yeah, I do. I stream every day, Monday through Friday. I don't usually stream on the weekends, but the time is usually, or I wouldn't. So since we've been on the holiday break from school, I've been going live later in the day. I kind of got my days and my nights mixed up again. And they were supposed to start school back today, but we got all the snow. So they'll probably be out of school for the rest of the week. But yeah. I'll be here again tomorrow. Steph comes in with a big old work. Jenny. Super chat. Thank you, Steph, for the super chat, ma'am. I appreciate that. Let me throw you a little bit of the sparkle dust. Thank you for that. I appreciate you, Steph. I hope you're having a good day. Are you working? Work. Look who it is, says Margaret. I know, we got a Steph. Quick check-in between videos and work calls. Miss all you heifers, as Jenny would say. I miss all you heifers. We miss you too, honey. Rosebud, I've been very occupied with that too. Hold on just a second. Kiddo. She decides to run in and out. I've been very preoccupied with Sebastian Rogers, but I can't really keep up with what's going on there until later at night. And I try to find the factual based stuff because right now and for the last several months, there's been a lot of drama surrounding that poor boy's case. And I'm hoping that based on what we've been hearing as of late, I'm hoping that there's a major break and that we get some news soon regarding Sebastian Rogers. So, Steph says, man, why was you talking about a corn? Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I didn't even go there in my head and I still don't get it. What do you mean you still don't get it? How do you not get it? Wednesday I'm getting a nerve block. Oof, so if you don't see me for a few days, don't worry, I'll be back. Well, I hope that that things go well, Debbie. And thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you back soon too. The only reason it got weird for you, Margaret, is because it was about you, ma'am. Yeah, we hope all goes well. We hope all goes well. You too, Rosebud, on the Sebastian Rogers stuff? Yeah. Oh. Steph says, I work until 11:30 tonight. You know how behind I am, so I have to get to it. But I saw you were still on and wanted to send love. Well, thank you. I'm sending love right back at you. I don't know how what was said pertains to. I don't know them by name except one. Well, the one is the one. You can't tell me that you don't know who that person was that I said. Because QB was talking about was it Margaret Holmes, Holmes. She was talking about that brand of seasoned green beans or something. And stop it, Steph. Now you're just trying to, now you're egging me on. We're going to continue. Thank you, folks. Margaret's like, I'm going, bye. You bought the stuff that they recommended? I got the Glory brand of the collard greens, and oh my God, they were so good. I got the Glory brand of canned mixed greens and green beans. We always get the green beans, but so good. Sorry for the new folks. This is our random cafe talk. I'm sorry. Let's get on with it. You really didn't remember until I said the veggie brand name. Yeah. Well, I mean, whenever QB said Margaret Holmes, my brain just did all kinds of weird things because of Margaret in the chat. Lord.
Did you observe the suspect in the vehicle at any time?
You did not, Margaret.
No.
You're still here, see?
Did you notice any vehicles parked in the area that you hadn't seen before?
No.
You made reference to briefly speaking with neighbors at that time?
Yeah, when I was escorting the suspect out of my house, the neighbors said, "Are you
Love
guys
you,
looking for
Steph.
that guy?" And
Have a
up
good
to
day
that
at
point,
work.
I had no information of a person that you should be looking for. So I said, "No, this might be him."
Do you know what they were referring to at that moment?
Yeah, my neighbor was at the parade, and he was talking about the person driving the vehicle through the parade.
And you knew all that at that moment?
No, I didn't learn about that until the police told me after the fact. I didn't know what he was referring to when he said, "Are you guys looking for that guy?" I didn't know anything about anything particular, but just that somebody's looking for a guy. And so then that's what led me to believe that the suspect in my house may be the person.
It would be fair to say at that time, at that moment, you didn't know what they were referring to.
That would be fair to say, correct.
Did you have any other interactions with those neighbors that evening?
Yes.
Oh, yes,
They
ma'am.
called me
Yes,
after
ma'am.
I got done doing my reports with the police, and I explained to them why there was so much police presence at my house afterwards, and that that the suspect was arrested at my house or at my front porch.
And did they at any time say anything to you about seeing a vehicle or having knowledge of a vehicle at that time?
Yeah, Greg, my next door neighbor, saw the red vehicle running over people.
And he saw that. He told you that he saw that?
Yeah. He told me after I had, I don't know exactly what time, maybe 6:30 p.m. that night, when I called him after the fact. After I knew what had happened, then Greg told me that he had seen what had happened. A lot of my neighbors were at the parade.
Do you know if they gave any reports to law enforcement at that time?
I don't know that.
The officers that arrested the suspect at your home that evening, did you see your neighbors speak with any of those law enforcement officers?
I didn't see them, no. Speak with them, no.
And you stated that they told you what they saw. Any reason why they wouldn't speak with law enforcement, seeing as how they were right there in the area?
Objection.
Grounds.
Open speculation.
Sustained.
So would it be safe to say you were pretty well informed that you would be testifying in this matter?
I didn't know. I knew that it was likely. I didn't know until I got the subpoena letter.
And when did you receive that subpoena?
I'm going to say September, maybe end of August.
And that was it was sent by the district attorney's office?
Yes.
You recall the name?
No.
After receiving the subpoena, did you follow up with the district attorney's office?
They said that they would be emailing me with more details, and I waited until I got the initial email before I did any following up with the district attorney's office.
And were those emails pertaining to testifying in this matter?
Yes.
Have you yourself filed any claims in this matter?
No.
Here he goes. Here he goes. Hold on. I got to get my button ready.
Have you yourself seen or read any complaint in this matter?
No.
Okay, I got my button ready. I'm ready.
Would you yourself consider yourself an injured party in this matter?
No.
Now, why you want to take all day when I got my finger ready on the button, son? Let's go.
Are you aware of who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the substain. Substain.
Would it be fair to say that you've followed reporting on this incident?
Initially, yeah, I watched the news and followed the reporting on it.
Initially?
Well, like I haven't been following the trial, but I was following the initial reports back in November of last year.
So pretty much right when the incident happened is what you followed?
Correct. The following week or so, or 2 weeks.
You ever hear who the plaintiff was in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Have you yourself ever had any interaction with the plaintiff?
Objection. Grounds. Relevance.
Sustained.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Under 90611, wrap it up. Here, get off the
Do
pot.
you recall how much you sold the ring footage for?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Overruled. He may answer.
I believe gross, it was a little over 23,000, but after taxes, and we donated a lot, so we saw a lot less than that afterwards.
Would it be fair to say that's quite a nice profit?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's
Sustained is to the form of the question.
And would that be the price just for one of the ring footages, or in total? All that you sold?
That was the total. Yeah.
Footages.
Like I said, I don't know how that worked. That was just the kickbacks that we got from working with the. So yeah, I guess all of it, all for footage that was distributed to the news.
Footages.
Do you recall which station that was? Which news station?
I think it was like most of the NBC, ABC.
So it was
CBS.
multiple.
Yeah, I don't recall all of them. No, I don't exactly which ones it was. I don't know.
So it'd be fair to say it was pretty much all the standard news stations.
Yeah.
And that matters. Why? Why does that matter?
Do you recall if that included TMZ?
objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained. You've made your point. You can move on.
Yeah. Daily Mail, probably. People. Nancy Grace. Everybody knows about you, fool.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Jeez.
Thank you. Mr. Ryder, do you have your phone on you right now?
Overruled. He may answer.
I don't. I gave it to a gal that let me in here. She's got it though.
While we're waiting on that, you mentioned you checked your phone this morning to confirm that you still had the voicemail we've been talking about, right?
Yes.
Relevancy.
Overruled. You questioned him about it. It's proper.
I'm referring to the use of the phone.
Like a relevancy. She's like, you question him about it. It's very relevant. Yeah. We're going to prove, he's like, oh, well, I didn't know you was going to make him get his phone and listen to stuff. If I know that, I wouldn't ask that question.
We haven't gotten there yet, sir.
That's what attorneys do. They know the answer to the question before they ask the question. You, on the other hand, did not.
You did check?
Yeah, I did.
If we were to provide your phone to you here today, do you think you'd be able to find that voicemail?
Objection.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes.
Do you think you'd be able to play it on speakerphone for everybody to hear?
Objection. What is the relevancy?
Overruled.
Yeah, I can do that.
That would have been good to have a
There's
bingo
a way
card for this
to
one.
also play it through the technology.
Objection. What is the relevancy?
Can I have a bailiff, please?
You can unplug it from the charger.
It's to the witness.
Objection. What is the relevancy?
It's relevant, sir. You cross-examine him about it.
Objection. What's the relevancy? I don't
Yeah,
want to see this.
cross-examine him
Blah,
about
blah,
the
blah.
question, not
Brooks,
playing the phone.
please. I made my ruling.
So is that a judicial determination?
Go ahead. You may ask your next question, Attorney Wichita.
Please open up your phone and let me know when you find the voicemail.
It's still pulling up right now.
Sure.
Here, I got to put this on normal speed real quick for a second.
You followed instructions and turned your phone off before you came into court.
Objection.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes, I turned the phone off before court.
Mantram. In 3, 2, 1. Look at Zach's face. He's like, that's when those like poop eating grins. You know what I mean?
Attorney Wichita, I presume while he's loading that you're not offering the voicemail for the truth of the matter asserted, but simply to substantiate that he received a call.
Yes.
The jury will be instructed in terms of what is said in that voicemail, not to consider it for the truth of the matter asserted, but just simply to substantiate the voicemail was received.
And part of that request, Judge, would be to include the time that the voicemail was left and the number from which it came.
Objection. What is the relevancy of that?
The objection's noted, and you may ask the witness those questions.
You might as well ask about the videos too. Then.
We'll get to those.
How much longer do you have with
5 minutes.
All right.
Well, I don't know how long this voicemail is, with that caveat.
All right, please continue.
It's
Okay.
29-second voicemail.
Okay. Can you tell us what phone number that voicemail came from?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled, he may answer.
The voicemail came from 1, so plus 1 or whatever, so 414-610-2153.
We'll get to those in a minute.
Can you tell us what time that voicemail came in?
Yeah,
Relevancy.
Overruled, he may answer.
5:27 p.m. On November 21st
Of 2021?
of 2021.
Objection. Leading.
Overruled, his answer may stand.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask
Yeah, me
to
too,
allow the
Margaret.
witness to play that voicemail using speakerphone.
Me too.
And if that doesn't work great with the audio system, then we can try the plugging in option.
Once again, the jury, will only consider this not for the truth of the matter, what's asserted in that voicemail, but simply to substantiate that it was received. Go ahead.
Objection.
Noted. Overruled.
Constantly.
Yes, Mr. Ryder, I don't know what's going on. I'm at work. I work at Trader. And my son, that was my son who you let use your phone.
Oh, sorry. I'll restart it. I was using the wrong
Yes,
mic.
Mr. Ryder, I don't know what's going on. I'm at work. I work at Trader. And my son, that was my son who you let use your phone. And he's calling. I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to see if he got the lift or what, because the guy is in a white Dodge Charger. I guess apparently the lift driver switched cars and I didn't get the message. So I'm just trying to find out what the hell is going on. So I'm just want someone to just call me and tell me something because I don't know.
And then that's the end of the voicemail?
Yes.
And you didn't contact the person who called you and left that voicemail after the fact, did you?
Objection, legal. Ask and answer. Cross.
Overruled. He may answer.
No, I never contacted her.
Okay. The videos that we played in court today, those 4 videos, exhibits 75, 77, 78, and 79. You turned all those videos over to the police, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
To whom did you turn those 4 videos over?
Oh, okay. So he did run.
I
Okay.
emailed them to Officer,
Nice.
I believe it was Officer Lilling. There was a Rebecca Carpenter out of Eagle PD that wanted it. And I may have emailed it to
Nice.
somebody with West Dallas PD. But for sure, Waukesha Police Department all got it that night.
So while you got your phone in front of you, are you able to access your call log?
He looks like
yeah.
he'd be very athletic.
Overruled.
Can you go back to November 21st of 2021?
Okay.
Can you see what number Mr. Brooks dialed that day using your phone?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
So my call log didn't save back that far. My voicemails did, but my call log, I've made so many calls since then that I didn't save that. I think the police definitely saved that number when they were at my house that night, though.
Do you recall if it was the same phone number that you received that voicemail from?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't recall for sure, no.
Okay. The videos that you released to the media, did you release anything to the media that you didn't also provide to the police?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, everything that was released to the media was already released to the police department.
Did you alter those videos or the audio that goes with them in any way when you released them to the media?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
No, I never altered any of them.
What about when you sent them to the police?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
No, never altered them.
Were you aware at the time that Ring is a subscription service?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, we pay subscription for it.
And there's a cloud account that goes with that, is that right?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
I think this is a pretty foundational question necessary to develop the
You're
testimony.
probably right, and can be some leading questions are allowed, but just rephrase that one, please, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Where do the videos go aside from your phone?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
Oh, right,
There's
Patricia.
an
Yeah, I think
app
he's
on my
just like
phone that I was able.
the further that it goes, you know, you hear his voice on that Ring video, you see his face. Now we hear his mama leaving a voicemail. You got all these people that are IDing him, you know. So he's running out of steam, but he's like, running out of places to hide too, so to speak, you know.
Able to save and download off the app onto my phone. So there might be, I'm pretty sure that there's a Ring cloud that the company Ring can probably access the footage, but I was never notified that they had access to it or anything like that.
If someone did want to access those videos through Ring, were you aware at the time that someone would have been able to double check and make sure that you didn't fudge with that video?
Objection, leading.
Overruled if you're able to answer.
Yeah, I mean, Ring could, if we needed to get Ring to validate that it's correct, they would be able to do that.
Okay. When Mr. Brooks first knocked on your door, were you planning to sell those videos?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection, speculative.
It's not speculative. Overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not hearsay. Go ahead.
No, I had no idea what was going to happen after that.
What about after you let him in the back door and gave him a sandwich and a jacket? Was
Objection.
this all part of a plan at that point?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
No, there's no plan to get footage to sell or anything like that, no.
you simply provided those videos to law enforcement and the media.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
After the fact.
All right, thank you. You may step down. It's a little after 12:09. We will take our
Right.
lunch break.
Objection, I'm losing.
We went a little bit
Objection,
longer.
this dude saw me and I know
So I'm
it.
going to take about a 90-minute lunch break today. So all rise for the jury. We are in recess. I'll see everyone at about 1:40.
He does. He absolutely does. It's like he throws any and everything just to see if anything will accidentally stick. He's like, here's a whole pan of spaghetti. Let me just throw every single noodle and see if just one will stick. All right, let's scooch through their hour and a half long lunch break. And get on with it. I'm zooming through here. I'm missing Henny and her wheeze. Well, I haven't seen Henny since we've been back, have we? Where is that lady? She gonna have to come on now. Henny, where are you? All right,
Be seated.
here we go. Oh God, me too. A long one. Yeah, a whole pan, right? Just throw the whole pan at the wall and see. Yes.
All right, we are back on
Henny,
the
please report
record
to the crime cafe.
in State versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were before. I know this morning I mentioned I would mention to the jury about Exhibit 15. As I recall going back in my memory about how that exhibit was received, I believe I already told the jury it is received or was received subject to further testimony. So I don't know that I need to tell them again that it's received, and it would be my inclination to just simply let it be. We've noted it outside the presence of the jury, but that's how I intend to handle that.
Agreed. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, I believe all of our jurors, well, they're all back, of course, but they're ready to go. And so when we bring them out, the state should be prepared to call the next witness.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Then bring the jury out, please.
You ain't called that name that you started with. I don't know if the audio's on.
Audio's on, and I called the case. I actually didn't specifically refer to you, but I did say State versus Brooks. But in any event, your objection is noted for the record, and we'll continue with testimony.
Will you be addressing subject matter jurisdiction? Is that a judicial determination not to answer, Your Honor? So is that a tacit agreement?
All rise.
Subject matter jurisdiction has yet to be proven for the record.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State have the next witness, please.
Thank you. The state calls Officer Rebecca Carpenter.
Good afternoon, officer. If you would please make your way to the witness stand on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Rebecca, Rebecca, Carpenter, Carpenter.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Officer, how are you employed?
On the day of the parade, I was working a shift for the Village of Big Bend Police Department, sir.
Is that who still employs you?
Yes.
Anybody else?
Yes, I'm also a patrol officer for the town of East Troy, and I'm the assistant chief for the Village of Eagle.
How many years have you spent in law enforcement?
I was appointed to the Milwaukee Police Department in March of 1991.
And when did you come out here to the Waukesha County jurisdictions that you mentioned?
I retired from the Milwaukee Police Department as a sergeant in November of 2017, and the first department I got into policing again with was the town of East Troy in May of 2018.
You already made reference to the parade. Were you working on duty as a law enforcement officer on November 21st of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
Overruled, and you may answer.
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that day that the Waukesha Christmas parade was taking place?
Actually, I was not.
Did you at some point become aware that there was a parade in downtown Waukesha?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You
Yes.
may answer.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I did.
How did you go about learning that information?
I heard over the radio channel that Big Bend monitors, which is not the same radio channel that the parade was on. I heard a broadcast that there had been shots fired.
What did you do in response to hearing that broadcast?
In response to that particular broadcast, I started paying closer attention.
And then what happened?
Squads on my channel, which is a Waukesha County channel, started to say that they were placing injured people in the backs of their squads and driving them to the hospital, which is a highly unusual circumstance.
What did you do when you learned that information?
I started driving toward downtown Waukesha.
Did you get there?
I did.
What happened then?
Initially, I went to the parade route, and I talked to a few people around injured people and determined that I wasn't really able to be of help there because they were all back injuries, and I can't, in a squad, I can't help with that.
So what did you do next?
I answered a call on the radio that said there was a man going door to door on Elizabeth Street asking to use people's phones to call an Uber.
Did you go to look for that man?
I did.
Where did you go?
I responded to Elizabeth Street, and I parked my squad on Elizabeth and West.
Where did you go from there?
I got out and partnered up with two other officers, and we decided that we would walk the street and look for this person.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera at the time?
Yes, sir, I was.
Where was that device affixed to your person?
The control box was on my chest, and the particular model of body-worn camera that I was wearing had
love a good body
a
cam.
lens
Right.
that I was wearing affixed to my collar.
Love a good
Your
body
Honor, let the record
cam.
reflect that the witness has held up her right hand in a circle and pointed it towards about her collarbone, her right collarbone.
The record will so reflect.
Was that device also equipped with a microphone?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
And that microphone was synced up with the video?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether your device was activated as you were walking down Elizabeth Street that afternoon?
Objection.
It was.
Overruled, and her answer may stand.
May we please display for the witness only exhibit number 80?
Go ahead. It will come on the monitor in front of you.
Do you see a video on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
We're going to play the first 5 or 10 seconds of that just to see if you recognize it, okay? All right, we played 6 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
I do.
What is it?
It is my body camera video of walking down Elizabeth Street.
From November 21st?
Objection leading.
I will overrule it, and the answer may stand.
Does this video and the associated audio accurately reflect what happened that night as you saw it?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
I'd move exhibit 80 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 80 is received. Permission to publish is granted. For the record, please tell me the total length.
It is a 5-minute video.
Thank you. Go ahead.
We will start at the beginning. We're going to play it with audio, and we will pause at certain points, and I'll point out the timestamps when we pause. So we'll start from the beginning, please.
Robert 277. Robert 277. What's up? Hands up! Put your hands where I can see them. Put your hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Do it now! Hey! Taking one of the hospitals for a plan here. What did I do? Lay on your stomach. What did I do? Robert 277, are you on Elizabeth?
We've paused at 53 seconds. A few moments earlier in the video, we saw what appeared to be a handgun. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
Who was the person holding that handgun?
That was me.
And who were, well, let's see, let me strike that. I want to direct your attention to the top right corner of the screen here. There appears to be some type of timestamp. Do you see that?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do, yes.
Do you know if that is an accurate military timestamp?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
That does not accurately reflect the time it occurred, no.
So it was not 11 p.m. at the time this video was recording?
Objection
All right,
leading.
this is when it just is like
Sustained is
done
in the
and
form of a
over.
Do you know
Welcome back,
approximately
Gail.
what time it was that this video was recorded?
It is
I
ironic. You know,
that
it's funny because it's funny that you say that, Rosebud, because the other day when we were watching this, we were talking about how it's, I think I'd use the word kismet and like karma. Some people said karma in the chat, that strong women like the judge, Jennifer Darrow, and then Sue Opper, were both like in charge, so to speak. You know what I mean? And now that you mention it, yeah, this strong woman is the one that actually took him down, you know? It's just, isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
initially began to respond to the scene at about 20 minutes to 5. And I would be guessing about how much time elapsed, but I would say it wasn't more than a half hour or 40 minutes to this point.
Okay. The person who was depicted in the video at this point, at 53 seconds, that's what, describe where in the video you first saw that person.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I first saw him standing on the porch.
And what, if anything, did you see that person doing when you first saw him?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He appeared to be rather agitated.
Why do you say that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. It's not leading. You may answer.
He was moving back and forth on the porch and gesturing.
Do you recall what you were wearing that evening?
I do.
What?
The exact same set of clothing that I'm wearing today.
Including long sleeves?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did this person, depicted at 53 seconds, draw your attention in any way based on what he was wearing?
Yes.
Why?
It was chilly out, lower 40s, upper 30s, and he was in a t-shirt, jogging pants, and no shoes.
We can resume playing here at 53 seconds, please.
It's doing all right. You got something with your name on it, man? No. Okay, lads. Cooperate with us. Okay. Okay.
We paused at 1 minute and 4 seconds. What did we see in that portion of the video?
That was a sandwich.
Where did that sandwich come from?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
His right pants pocket.
The subject on the ground is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please resume at 104.
Rapid 277. What's your...
We paused at 1 minute and 14 seconds. Did you at some point ask the subject depicted in the video at 114 to identify himself by name?
Go ahead.
I did.
What was that person's response?
He identified himself as Darrell Brooks.
Do you see Mr. Brooks in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out for us by telling us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He is seated at the defense table wearing a dark-colored suit and striped tie and a mask over his face.
Just to be thorough, Your Honor, could we please have Mr. Brooks remove his mask momentarily?
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Go ahead.
Now that Mr. Brooks has removed his mask, does that change anything about your testimony today?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
You're,
Leading.
you may go ahead and answer.
That's Darrell Brooks.
Could we please play from 114?
There's
multiple units. David 216 yells at 10.
What is your name?
Brooks.
First name?
Paused at 1 minute and 23 seconds. Sitting on the witness stand today, do you acknowledge that Mr. Brooks has a short haircut?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. It's leading.
Sustain us to the form of the question, please.
How would you describe Mr. Brooks's haircut today?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Oh. Sir, I understand your objection. Please do not interrupt with that further so that the questioning of the witnesses may continue. You may answer.
If you say that name, I'm objecting.
And the jury will disregard the objection if it's solely for the name purposes. Go ahead.
Mr. Brooks has his hair cut close today.
What about when he took his
She's
face
like,
mask
I'm
down?
leading
Did you
with
notice his
Mr.
facial
Brooks.
hair?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
He does have facial hair.
Did you notice anything different about his facial hair today versus in the video?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
that is also trimmed closer.
Does the hairstyle and the
Yeah.
facial
Do you have anything in your pocket,
hairstyle
sir?
here in court today,
Yeah, sandwich.
give you any pause or concern over whether or not it's Mr. Brooks in the video?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer, please.
No, not at all.
It's resumed playing at 1:23.
Objection noted for the record.
I just used somebody's phone to call for a minute, that's all. Oh, okay.
That's what I need. We'll mail 1026 the blackmail for a short sleeve shirt.
I'll tell you what. Okay. If everything turns out to be on the up and up, life will be good, and you'll be on your way, all right? Yes. I got it, guys. I got it. Suspect, I presume? Unknown. Ask him. Ask him if he knows. He was on the porch here. Yeah, I was using his phone.
What's your location?
I was using his phone.
You're holding this WMH road, loading her down.
I called my...
Any squads available for a transport?
On the 500. Give me a lift. That's all. I was just using his phone.
Darrell, this is Schwartz. I'm leaving WSC. Where do you need me?
What? Can I just sit up? Can I please just sit up? You have any weapons on you? No. What's your name, guy?
9209.
I just told her my name. What is your name?
What did you tell Park?
Yes, sir. What's your first name? Darrell Brooks? Yes, sir.
Additional victims. We start on the next block.
You had a name then.
Copy. No additional victims.
This matches the description of
Your
the
name
guy
then
that
was
got
Darrell
called on, who
Brooks.
was
What
going door to
changed
door over
in
here.
a year?
Yeah, I was trying. Where are your shoes, man? I was trying to use somebody's phone. Where are your shoes? My flip-flops is in his house.
Paused at 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Did you hear the last thing said by the suspect on the ground at this point?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Overruled.
Just flip
What
flops.
did he say?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He said, my flip-flops is in his house.
Do you know if any flip-flops or any other shoes of any kind were ever retrieved from the residence that this was taking place in front of?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
I did go in the house and speak to the resident there and asked if he had left shoes or outer garments or anything like that, and he said that he had not.
Can we please resume at the 2:49 mark?
He was saying he just gave me a jacket. He's identifying soft lighter skin, black male, dreadlocks, red shirt, blue jeans, no shoes. Yeah, I did go to their house. I went to that house right there, right down the street, right here. Where you coming from, man? I was coming from that parade down here. Okay. I know a friend down here.
Really?
I think that's a fabulous idea.
You say? I don't remember that. I don't remember him saying that he was coming from the parade. That was the dumbest thing you could have said.
I can't. Okay, I'll tell you what. Roll over on your butt. Okay, knock it. Roll over on your butt. Roll up on your knees.
I was coming from that parade, you know, the one that...
Roll up on your knees. Okay. 500 block of Elizabeth.
He said it, right, Sharon? Hi, Sharon. Hi.
What are you doing? Freaking sweet. Back to here. Did I do something?
Yeah, you did something.
Part of my squad, man. Okay. Is there anything I need to stick me, poke me, hurt? No, not at all, sir. Okay. Not at all. I don't have any weapons. Glad to hear it. Nothing like that. How did you get up over here, man?
Welcome.
I was coming to see a friend. Yeah? Where's your friend? I don't know now. Woo. Spin your back your hand for me. You injured at all, dude? Yeah. What hurts? When they slammed me, my knee, I already have an injury. Spread your feet for me. Okay, yes. That's my ID. It certainly is. Yes. I'm so cold. I bet you are.
Paused at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Officer, can you tell us what you and any other officers were doing in that brief portion of the video?
Walking him to a squad car so he could be placed inside since he was not dressed for the weather.
What happened once you got to the squad car?
The officer whose squad he was going to be placed in went through his pockets to make sure he did not have anything that would be dangerous.
Okay. And do you know if anything was retrieved from his pockets?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
There were no weapons, were there?
No weapons.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
What, if anything, do you recall being recovered from his pocket?
ID, some cards, I believe there was a credit card in there, and a car key.
Can we please play from the 4:30 mark?
Go ahead and take a seat for me, Darrell.
I have a monitor in front of you. Do you want me to bring it out?
Is that what hurt?
We're having some skipping issues, so let's pause it there and go back to 4:50, please.
I'm sorry, what time frame?
4:50.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're at 4:48. We'll play from here. You don't need to see those last few seconds. We can get them to work, I'm sure, if Mr. Brooks would like to see them. Could we please show for the witness only, exhibit number 176?
Mr. Brooks would like to see them.
Do you recognize the photograph on the screen in front of you?
I do.
What does it depict?
It is still taken from my body cam footage. Those are my hands, and in my hands are the property that was taken from Mr. Brooks. You can see the officer's back at the open door of the squad, and Mr. Brooks' leg in the light there, where he's sitting in the squad.
Your Honor, I would move exhibit 176 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection, relevancy.
Exhibit 176 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The objection is overruled.
And while we're waiting for the screens to activate for the jurors, I'll ask you, Officer Carpenter, do you know what happened to the objects that are in your hands in that exhibit?
Yes, I gave them to the officer whose car Mr. Brooks was sitting in.
You don't know the identity of that officer?
I don't. There were a lot of officers from a lot of different jurisdictions.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
That's all you have? All right, thank you. Cross, please.
Yes. At one point you stated the suspect was wearing jogging pants. That'd be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Were the jogging pants or blue jeans?
They were soft pants. They were not blue jeans.
Can we show Exhibit 80 again?
Yes, we can.
Well, yes, we can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Can you fast forward it a little bit? I'm not gonna be sure exactly where to pause it at. You fast forward just a little bit. Can you pause? Can you zoom in a little bit? play a few more seconds? Would that mess the zoom up? Would it still be zoomed in, or would it go back out?
It'll stay zoomed on that portion of the screen.
Okay. Pause.
We're at 55 seconds.
55, yeah. You would describe those pants as jogging pants or soft pants, as you say?
Yes.
And you stated that when you parked your car, where you parked your squad on Elizabeth and West, you hooked up with 2 other officers?
Yes.
And those officers had long guns?
Yes.
Can you explain what a long gun is?
Shoulder weapon, rifle, or shotgun.
Do you recall if it was a rifle or a shotgun?
I did not examine either weapon closely.
Are you done with this exhibit, sir?
Yeah, for right now, yeah. And you made reference to finding a sandwich, credit cards, things of that nature in the pants, correct?
I found the sandwich while you were laying on the ground.
And you also stated that you found a credit card and things of that nature. In fact, would it be fair to say that that's what was in your hand on Exhibit 176?
Do you need the exhibit to answer? Do you recall?
There were, I don't, thank you. There were what appeared to be credit cards and ID and a car key.
And they were in your hand, correct?
They were.
So would it be fair to say you also found those and not just a sandwich?
I did not pull that stuff out of your pocket, sir. That was a different officer. I did hold it while he finished searching you, sir.
So, I'm sorry, that threw me off. So you obtained that the credit cards and all that from a different officer?
Yes.
Did you find anything else?
On your person, I was not the person searching you. Aside from the sandwich while you were on the ground.
So as far as your search, you just found a sandwich?
Correct.
at the time, do you recall why the suspect was being detained?
Yes,
And what was the reason?
because you matched a description that was broadcast over the police radio of a suspect involved in the parade incident.
In this report, did you write it yourself or did another officer?
I wrote it.
Do you recall writing that the suspect was being detained for investigative purposes?
Yes,
Any reason why you wouldn't state what those purposes were in the report?
yes, because at the time we had contact with you, I was not fully aware of the circumstances.
Well, would it be fair to say that you just stated why the suspect was being detained?
I just stated why this, I'm sorry, what was the question exactly, sir?
Would it be fair to say that you just stated when asked why was the suspect being detained at that moment? You
At that
answered,
moment,
yeah,
yes.
at that moment that you detained the suspect. You stated because they matched the description of someone involved in the parade.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But then you stated that you just stated that at the time you weren't fully aware.
I knew that people had been hurt. I knew that shots had been fired. I did not know how many people were hurt. I did not know by what mechanism people would be hurt. I did not know the magnitude of the injuries. I just knew that something violent had happened.
So it'd be fair to say you weren't in the known of a lot of information at that point.
That's true.
Grounds.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
Would it be fair to say that you were being heard in Exhibit 80, stating that if everything was on the up and up, you would be on your way?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That was me.
So would it be fair to say that was an inaccurate statement if the suspect fit the description of something that happened in the parade?
Not at all.
And what do you mean by not at all?
I mean, sometimes people look like someone who did something and turn out not to be that person. But that was not the case here.
So as far as you knew at the time, it could have been mistaken identity.
It could have been.
Hey guys, sorry. I had to pause for just a quick second to let you know. I was just reading and watching part of a video on my phone. I just got this tweet earlier from Court TV, and it says the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court will decide whether records from the child custody hearing for Harmony Montgomery should be made public. So that's interesting. That's very interesting. I kind of hope they do. Because they failed her. I'm just saying. They failed that baby. Okay, back to it. Sorry to interrupt.
But it was not.
Well, at the time, it'd be fair to say at the time you didn't know.
At the time, I did not know.
I'm gonna have to go
Did you
get some
give the
socks on.
suspect
My
any
feet
of
are
that
cold,
information?
and I think I gotta go potty too. I need to go.
Grounds.
I'm not sure what information he's talking about.
Sustained is to the form of the question. It's vague.
Did you give the suspect any information on why they were being detained?
I said, actually, it wasn't me that said that. It was another officer that said that, and I can't tell you who it was because I don't know. While you were being put in the car, you were informed you were being detained for investigative purposes, which is an answer that's appropriate for the circumstances.
So it would be fair to say that that's not really all that informative?
I did not have a lot of information to give you, sir.
Keep saying you. Who are you referring to?
You, Mr. Brooks. Darrell Brooks, seated at the defense table.
Any reason why you wouldn't tell a suspect why they're being detained? Essentially being that if you take someone into custody, they should know why they're being taken into custody. Wouldn't you agree?
I can't give you information that I don't have, and I wouldn't want to tell you the wrong thing. That wouldn't be fair.
So why would a suspect be detained without any information, to your knowledge?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Also calls for speculation, vague. Sustained is to the form of the question.
So would it be fair to say that you can detain a suspect without them knowing why they're being detained?
Objection. This
Grounds.
calls for legal analysis, not factually relevant.
No.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Would it be fair to say you initially responded to the 500 block of Elizabeth because of a report of, I guess you would call it a trespassing report?
I would more put it under the heading of suspicious behavior, under the circumstances.
So is that why you were initially dispatched to that area for suspicious behavior?
Yes.
And do you recall when you got the report of shots fired?
I believe that was one of the first things I heard over the radio before I was even there.
Do you recall ever finding out where the shots fired came from?
Eventually I did.
Do you recall in your reading report writing that when you had arrived at Elizabeth and West and parked your squad and began to walk down the street, that you had your firearm in your hand?
Yes.
And was that because of the call of shots fired, or did you feel unsafe at the time?
That's because there were shots fired and I did not know by whom.
Did you get a report of anyone hit by the shots?
At that time, no. I did not know one way or the other if anyone had been hurt.
Did you?
Had been hit. I knew people were hurt.
Do you recall the area of where the shots fired? Was that the general area?
The general area, somewhere in the vicinity of the parade.
Is Elizabeth and West in the general area?
It's a few blocks away.
And you did state you didn't find any weapons on the suspect, right?
Correct.
You find any shell casings or?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that the shots came from the suspect?
I did not know who had done shooting. I had heard a report of shots fired. I did not know by whom, as I've said, sir.
Any reason to believe that the shots came from the suspect is what I'm asking.
I did not know.
And you stated that upon seeing the suspect on the porch, that they were gesturing?
Gesturing? Yes, sir.
And you also stated that in your written report that it was in the upper 30s that evening with the brisk wind. Would that be fair to say?
It was
Pretty
upper
cold.
30s, lower 40s, somewhere right in there. It was cold. I was cold.
Do you think that maybe the gesturing was because the suspect was cold?
Objection.
Grounds.
Calls for speculation.
Overruled. She may answer if she's able.
I didn't know.
And do you recall checking the general area around the house that you found the suspect?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anything around the house? I guess I'm referring to where you wrote in your report you checked the likely path of travel.
Yes, sir, I do recall that. No, we did not find anything.
And do you recall checking the pockets of the coat worn by the suspect?
Yes.
Do you recall how the suspect obtained the coat?
I recall what I was told.
So it'd be fair to say you weren't sure if you were only told this information. That'd be fair to say?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You made reference to saying you only know what you were told. So it'd be fair to say at that time you didn't know unless you were told.
Didn't know what?
How the suspect obtained the coat.
I asked the resident of the house you were at. Actually, I believe he volunteered to me that he had given you a coat to wear.
And you checked the pockets of the coat?
Yes.
And did you find anything?
I did not find anything.
He wears me out with these ridiculous questions that amount to nothing.
At what point did you learn that the suspect who was being detained would be arrested?
At some point later.
And it was another officer's vehicle that the suspect was placed in, correct?
Correct.
And when did you leave that scene?
Not for hours.
Why so long?
Because when there is a crime scene that potentially spans blocks, everything needs to be searched for evidence. Witnesses need to be located because once things are gone, things are gone. So it has to all be done right the first time.
Did you write your report that evening?
I believe I wrote it the next morning.
So it'd be fair to say after you had learned a little bit more information, then you wrote the report?
That would be true, yes.
In the video, Exhibit 80, the suspect gave you his name, right?
That's correct.
Was that right when you handcuffed him, if you recall?
Right around that time, yes, sir.
That's insane, isn't it? And what I don't understand, honestly, is he had so many opportunities to stop. To just stop. Granted, in his mind, I'm sure he was like, oh, I can't stop now because I'll go straight to jail. I don't have any opportunity to hide. But
and did you talk to any other witnesses that evening besides the owner of the home that you saw the suspect?
No.
I just don't understand how somebody can see a crowd full of people. And you know he saw children. And you're just going to rip right through that on purpose? I mean, I could understand if it was an accident. You know, brakes literally go out or something happens, you know. But this was a terroristic attack, in my opinion. Ugh.
In the hours that you stayed on Elizabeth, did you talk to any other witnesses at all?
No, I looked through a few yards and mostly maintained a perimeter for a search.
Do you recall why you looked through a few yards?
Searching for evidence.
Do you recall what evidence you may have been searching for at that time?
You know, a lot of times you don't know until you find it.
Right? Stupid.
So do you recall maybe you might have been looking for a weapon or anything like that?
That would have gotten my attention, yes, absolutely.
Did you find any weapon?
No, sir.
Yeah, actually, the vehicle. That was the weapon. You didn't kill people with a firearm or a knife or, you know, anything like that. You killed these people with your SUV. Or your mom's SUV. It wasn't even his SUV.
Did you learn any knowledge of any ring video footage that evening?
I don't recall if I viewed the footage that evening or the following day. I did at some point view that ring footage, yes.
So you were aware that night that it was ring footage?
I believe I was aware of it that night. I don't believe I watched it, but I can't say with certainty.
And do you recall initially responding to Clinton Street and Broadway first?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall why you responded to that location first?
To see if I could help anyone.
About how long did you stay there before responding to Elizabeth?
Just a few minutes.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Referring specifically to the time that you placed the handcuffs on Mr. Brooks, remember that time frame?
Yes, sir.
I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
Do you recall how Mr. Brooks ended up on the ground as that was happening?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
Objection. Saw in video.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
We instructed him to put his hands up and then to get down on the ground.
Did he comply with those instructions?
He did.
Did you or any other officer have to put hands on Mr. Brooks to get him on the ground?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, sir, we did not.
After he was on the ground, that's when the handcuffs went on?
Objection.
correct.
Leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
Your answer again was?
That's correct.
At any point after the handcuffs went on, did you or any other officer throw Mr. Brooks to the ground?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
We did not.
How did you treat Mr. Brooks as you moved him from his prone position on the ground to the squad car?
Objection.
Overruled. She may answer.
As the video shows, he was instructed, let's call it the path of least resistance, to get up off of prone position, eventually to his feet, with a minimum of discomfort.
Did you successfully achieve that objective?
Objection. Speculative.
I'll rephrase.
Are you able to answer?
Yes, in as best as one can stand a person up when they have their hands handcuffed behind their back. Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Statement calls next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Officer Garrett Luling.
Good afternoon, officer. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up a riser to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. If you would please state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. First name is Garrett, last name is Luling. First name is spelled Garrett. My last name is spelled Luling.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney for your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Officer Luling.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I want to direct your attention to the date of November 21 of 2021. And you were aware of the Waukesha Christmas parade taking place that afternoon. Is that correct, sir?
Objection, lead.
Correct, I was working.
Hold on. Understand it's leading. There is some leeway when it's just laying foundation, so it's overruled, and the witness may answer, and the answer he provided may stand. Go ahead.
Correct, I was assigned to work the Christmas parade.
All right. At some point in time, were you aware of injuries to those involved in the parade, sir?
Objection, lead.
Yes.
Overruled. Make sure you recognize rule on the objection, please.
Sorry.
And at some point later that evening, were you aware of a suspect being taken into custody in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street?
Objection, lead.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
All right. I want to direct your attention to that time frame, please. Did you respond to that area, sir?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I was initially parked setting up a perimeter near the area of Southwest Avenue in Wood. When I heard Specialist Klein come over the area indicating that there's a subject going door to door in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street, and then traveled north and to Elizabeth Street, which is right off of Southwest Avenue, correction, Northwest Avenue at that point. And I traveled westbound on Elizabeth Street looking for the subject.
What did you see when you arrived in that area?
Initially, as I came to the area, I observed an officer from the village of McGuanago, an officer from the Big Bend Police Department, as well as an officer from the City of Delafield Police Department in the area. I traveled westbound, spotlighting residents in the general area looking for the subject. Initially, I didn't see anyone, so I made it to the end of the streets, at which point I began to double back. I briefly stopped and spoke with some civilians in the area, just saying, hey, if you see anyone, call the police department, let us know. And as I traveled back eastbound on Elizabeth Street in the 500 block, I observed the three officers from those aforementioned police departments detaining one subject at gunpoint in the front lawn of 553 Elizabeth Street.
You had indicated there were people out and about, civilians?
Yes, there was some people out on their porches or patios. I had my lights going on my squad, so that drew attention for people to kind of look out and call out to me as I was making a Y turn.
Do you know about what time of day this was?
Not off the top of my head. It was dark out, though.
Okay. As in relation to when the incident at the parade occurred to when you're arriving on Elizabeth Street, can you give us a rough time frame?
Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
45 minutes, an hour at the max.
Okay. So when you roll up on 553 Elizabeth Street, tell me what you saw.
So as I was coming back eastbound, I could see the lights from the other officers illuminating a subject on the ground. I immediately pulled out, parked my squad, got out and began running to where the officers were. And as I came up to where they were in the front lawn area between the residents and the sidewalk, they were in the midst of handcuffing and detaining a subject on the ground.
The subject that was being handcuffed and detained on the ground, you see that person in the courtroom here today?
I do, yes.
Are you able to identify him?
Yes.
Would you like him to remove his mask in order to do so, sir?
Please.
Okay.
Mr. Brooks, if you please. Thank you.
So the subject that I saw was Darrell Brooks seated at the defendant's table wearing a dark-colored suit with a gray shirt.
And you said he was already on the ground in the process of being handcuffed, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any officers slam Mr. Brooks to the ground?
No.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Did you see any use of force directed towards Mr. Brooks by any police officer on the scene at that time?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Did you approach Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
What did you say?
I asked him to identify himself. At that time, he said Brooks. I can ask him to identify himself. He identified himself as Darrell Brooks.
That's the name he gave you, identifying himself.
Yes.
Objection. That's not what it says in the video.
Overruled.
Yes.
All right. Did that name have any significance when you heard it, sir?
Yes.
Why?
I knew prior to responding to that location that Officer Moss, who had initially located the car, had made a cursory check of the vehicle. During that time, he found documentation belonging to a Darrell Brooks.
Okay. At some point, do you recall getting Mr. Brooks up off the ground?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Tell us what you remember at that point.
Darrell Brooks was picked up off the ground or assisted off the ground. He was then escorted to the front of my marked squad where I searched him.
At this point, are you probably the only officer from the City of Waukesha Police Department on the scene?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I was the only officer from the City of Waukesha at that time.
Wow, I didn't think
officers
about
were
that,
providing mutual
Rosebud.
aid to the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Being the squad from the City of Waukesha and the parade occurring in Waukesha, did you take custody of Mr. Brooks?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Yes.
Prior to placing him in your squad, was Mr. Brooks searched?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Tell us what you remember about that, sir.
So I searched
don't personally
Mr. Brooks,
believe
during
that,
which
though,
time
do
I
you?
found some cards in his right pocket that had his name on it.
I mean, because you say some people still believe it was done in retaliation, but has there been any evidence to back that theory? Because if so, I haven't heard of anything. But then again, I'm also not a local, you know?
On it, as well as a black Ford key.
When you say some cards, what can you describe those further, please?
Debit or credit cards.
All right, I'm going to show for you an item that's been marked as Exhibit 176. It's been previously admitted. I'd ask that it be displayed for the jury again, Your Honor.
Permission granted.
Objection.
You see the photograph on the monitor in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
Yes.
Where are you?
I am the officer with his back to the camera with police written across the fluorescent yellow and orange vest.
Do you recall what you were doing at this point in time?
At that point, it looks like I'm buckling Darrell Brooks into the back of my squad,
All
or
right.
placing him into the back of my squad.
And you see a set of hands on the right side of the photograph, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
You see the objects that are being held in those hands, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you just testified as to the items you removed from Darrell Brooks before placing him in your squad?
Objection.
Overruled.
Consent to being called that name in this.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Yes.
It's a little blurry, but can you circle for us the key that you indicated you found?
With my finger, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And because it's a little hard to see, can you describe that key as you recall?
As I recall, the key was a single key. I don't recall there being any keychain to it. It was a fob type that had some buttons, and it had a Ford emblem on it that indicated that was a Ford key.
Okay. What did you do with these items after you, well, strike that. That's, should ask a better question. Did you eventually get these items back from the officer who was holding them?
Yes.
And what did you do with them?
I took custody of them until they were ultimately turned over to Detectives Stern and Detectives Carpenter.
All right. Do you remember Mr. Brooks asking you why he had been detained?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled.
Yes.
You may answer, sir.
Yes.
Do you remember specifically what he said?
I recall that he had questioned why the police were handcuffing him or why the police were detaining him.
Did you reply?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that he was being detained as he matched a description of a subject involved in a crash in the downtown area.
Did you say anything about the parade?
No.
Okay. Thank you, officer. I don't have any other questions for you.
Any cross?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Do you recall speaking with Officer Moss that evening?
Not distinctly. There might have been some radio traffic between me and him at one point.
So it'd be fair to say that radio traffic, you guys spoke?
I can't tell you if I had direct contact with him or if I just recall him airing particular pieces of information.
Do you recall any particular bit of information that was aired by Officer Moss?
You're going to have to be more specific.
Do you recall Officer Moss airing that he had spoken with a potential eyewitness who indicated that they had observed numerous suspects run from the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I recall Officer Moss airing that to the officers responding in general that there may have been more than one suspect that had ran from the vehicle.
And do you recall if that aired information?
Sorry, I was sitting here just going on and on and on. Yak, 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 yak. And I didn't realize I was muted. What I was saying was that makes sense that it was, you know, the whole situation with Erica that had happened earlier in the day that caused his flip out session. But yeah, I had never heard of anything to suggest that was a retaliation move on his part. But there was plenty of evidence that suggested that the DV situation beforehand is what prompted him to go on his little spree. But there were Darrell Brooks posts from him about unaliving old white people during all that rioting in 2020. A Facebook post. Oh, okay. But there were Facebook posts from him. Okay. I assume DB was Darrell Brooks. Facebook post from him. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Wait a second, back that up. You just stated that there may have been any reason why the air information said it had been, that he had spoken to a potential eyewitness?
Objection, hearsay, and
Grounds.
false or speculation as to the words of another person.
Grounds.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Do you recall any air information of descriptions?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were?
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds.
You're asking him the description of the suspect leaving the vehicle?
Yeah, what he heard aired.
Overruled. You may answer.
I recall there being a description of either a light-skinned black male or possible Hispanic male wearing a white shirt, as well as the potential of a white male with curly brown hair.
Do you recall what you did after hearing that air information?
Yes.
What did you do?
I responded to Officer Moss's general location, at which point he requested that a perimeter be set up. So I responded further south to set up a perimeter to attempt to keep those people within the confines of that perimeter.
Do you recall what general area that was?
You're gonna have to be more descriptive to what general area are we talking about here?
The area where Officer Moss was.
Officer Moss was at 338 Maple.
Is that the area that you responded to?
Generally, yes.
What do you mean by
Gosh, I
generally?
think they were kind of doing that in a lot of
I was driving to
places,
the
right?
residence when he asked that a perimeter be set up.
And do you recall where you set that perimeter up?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was loosely around that residence as well as to the south and to the west.
What streets were to the south and to the west?
Numerous streets.
Well, I'm referring strictly to your perimeter that you set. Do you recall which street you set your perimeter?
I want to say that I was probably the southernmost squad at that time, and I was at Southwest and Wood.
I'm sorry, what was the second street?
Wood?
Thank you.
While setting up your perimeter, did you receive any more information about the suspects who fled from the vehicle?
It was all kind of at the same time.
And do you recall being advised that the male black had possibly fled southbound and that the male white may have fled in the westbound direction?
Your Honor, I object. Move to strike. He's providing statements and facts that are not in evidence. They're based on hearsay.
The question was, did he recall being advised that? That was the question. Does he recall being advised?
Still hearsay. Sustained.
So who were you advised by?
Officer Moss.
And do you recall what you were advised?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
Grounds for sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please. Hearsay.
What's that hearsay? And how did you end up being dispatched to the 500 block of Elizabeth Street?
I heard another officer error that they were listening to Waukesha County Communications, indicating that there was a person going door to door in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street.
I'm sorry, you said you stated you heard that?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be like hearsay?
Only if it's being offered for the truth of the matter, asserted. If it's just explain what he did next, then no.
That was the same question I asked before, Your Honor.
Probably, Cherie. He does that every once in a while. He'll laugh under his breath. Or smirk. Make a hateful comment.
And upon arriving at Elizabeth Street, you stated that there was already a suspect being detained at the moment that you arrived?
No.
So what did you observe when you got to the 500 block of Elizabeth Street?
I already explained that upon getting there, I traveled westbound on Elizabeth Street till it ended, at which point I turned around and came back. So when I initially got there, I didn't see anything.
Did you observe someone being detained at gunpoint?
Not upon initially getting there, no.
Not initially. Did at any time you observe someone being detained at gunpoint?
Yes, I already said that.
Do you recall what they had on?
Yes.
You state for the record and for the jury what they had on?
They had red t-shirts and blue jeans.
Blue jeans. Were they jogging pants or blue jeans?
Appeared to be blue jeans.
He gets stuck on this whole thing because he had blue jeans on when the Carpenter, was that her last name? The lady that was on the stand earlier, that was the one that detained him or got him, was one of the law enforcement that detained him. She said he had on like sweatpants or like running joggers or something like that. Yeah, soft pants. Yeah.
And do you recall why the suspect was being detained at that time?
Yes.
And what do you recall about why they were being detained at that time?
You were being detained for
Yeah, we were thinking the same thing, right? He makes a whole thing about it. I'm like, does it even really matter? Like, what does it matter? We saw you on camera. We heard your voice. You said your name. Like, you should just say, you know what, at this point, just let me just go back to my cell. I'm done. I'm cooked. Stick a fork in me. I'm done.
And upon when the suspect was detained, do you recall stating that you were confident they were either the driver or passenger of the vehicle found at 338 Maple?
No, I never said that.
Did you give a report about what happened that evening?
Yes.
Did you write it yourself?
Yes.
So I'm reading from your report right here that you just stated that you wrote. Do you recall saying, I was confident that Brooks was either the driver or passenger of the striking vehicle?
That is in my report. However, you asked if I said that. I didn't say that. That's a more or less an internal dialogue with myself saying that I felt confident that you were the suspect, either the driver or passenger in that vehicle.
So it'd be fair to say at the time of your report, you were confident that it was more than one person in the vehicle?
No.
So why did you write the report in that fashion?
I was confident that you were involved with that vehicle and with the crash in the downtown area.
So would it be fair to say that you could have written your report in that fashion instead of the fashion that you wrote it?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained. That's the form of the question.
Any reason why you were referred to a passenger?
Yes. Initially, there was reports that multiple people fled from the vehicle, from the area of the vehicle.
And because of those reports is why you wrote your report in that fashion, or in that fashion that you wrote it.
Objection asked and answered. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained is in the form of the question.
Hey, Nicole. Hello, Nicole. How are you?
So when you observed the suspect being detained at Elizabeth Street,
Yes, ma'am. Exactly.
at that time, did you know the suspect's name?
No.
And you found a credit or debit card when conducting a search?
Yes.
Do you recall where you found that credit or debit card?
Your right pocket.
In Exhibit 176, where it shows someone holding the credit card, was that you?
Was what me?
Holding the credit card.
No.
But you are the one that found it.
Yes.
And what else did you find?
A Ford car key, vehicle key.
And where did you find that?
Your right pants pocket.
You play Exhibit 80 for the witness.
So you able to do that, please? The entire
Can you-
video or just a part of it?
I'm guessing around the 4 minute and 50 or somewhere up in that area.
That's the last 10 seconds, sir. Is that what you want?
Yeah, somewhere up in that area.
Take a look at it. Is that where you want us to start? Or farther back?
A little further back.
Thank you, Ms. Gussie. How about
Last 10 seconds, sir. Is that what you want?
Yeah, somewhere up in that area.
take a look at it? Is that where you want us to start? Or farther back?
A little further back.
Thank you, Ms. Gussie. How about there? 436.
A little further back, I'm sorry. Maybe.
I'm not the one doing the rewinding on here. There's something going on with the long crime. Apparently, they're the ones doing the things. Look at the chick's face in the background, though. What is she looking like that for? The one with the big eyes. Why she got that look on her face? Like, oh my God.
Wherever it's at right now, 409. Can you play it from here real quick?
You want the sound, I take it?
I don't really think the sound is necessary. More so the visual.
Okay. It's playing from 4:15.
Do you remember this video?
No, I didn't. That's not my body cam video.
Pause. Go back like 2 seconds.
Thank you once again for doing that.
Is that this touchscreen, right? Is this right here the credit debit cards that you found?
I can't tell what that is.
Can you clear that?
Madam Clerk, please and thank you.
Thank you. Can you go back maybe 2 more seconds? I think it's a clearer shot.
For the record, Your Honor, it's not that easy to just jump back 2 seconds. I mean, if he has a specific time, we can jump to a time.
How would I know if I've only seen the video once? Like, why is it that big of a deal? Can you play from right there? Right there.
4:35, Your Honor.
4:35.
It wouldn't be a big deal if you were
Can you pause it at 4?
respectful in asking and not so demanding. Jerkwad.
35.
Right, it was started and then you said pause, and obviously it takes time to do that, so. And the record should reflect that Mr. Brooks has drawn a circle around something on the still image. Go ahead, ask your question.
The record should reflect consent to that name.
Ask your question, sir.
Around the 4:35 mark, you can see whoever this is holding the credit card, debit card. Is that you?
Objection, that assumes the fact not in evidence, Your Honor.
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
Can you clear that?
Madam Clerk, please, thank you.
You said that you found a key. Where's the footage of you finding the key?
I don't have a body cam, so there's not going to be video of my body cam.
So if you were wearing your body cam, it would have depicted what you found during your search.
No, the city of Waukesha did not have body cams during this incident.
So it'd be fair to say there is no footage of you finding a key. Grounds.
It's argumentative, and he's already said he was not wearing a body camera.
Actually,
You can't
he
know
said-
possibly, it's speculation, you can't know possibly.
Actually, he said the city of Waukesha didn't have body cams. He didn't say.
Right, it's sustained, it assumes facts not in evidence and calls for speculation on the part of this witness, and there's also lack of foundation as to this witness.
The foundation is this mysterious key you say you found.
The jury will disregard that statement made by Mr. Brooks. It's not his time to testify. You will have an opportunity to do that
Mysterious
later if you
keys.
choose.
I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Mysterious keys. Like they planted these keys on him.
Madam Clerk, you can take that off.
At any time that evening, were you able to detain any other suspects?
No.
Yeah, I think there was a phone, but across it looked like a credit card. Like she had the phone, and then on top of the phone was laying. It looked like a blue credit card. I could be wrong. I don't know, but still.
After the suspect was detained, do you recall how long you stayed at the scene?
Which particular part of the scene?
Where you had detained the suspect?
At 553 Elizabeth Street?
Correct.
Off my best estimate, I was probably there for about 25 minutes.
And what did you do in those 25 minutes?
Hey, Kayleen.
During those 25 minutes was time detaining you,
see you.
as well as briefly speaking with the homeowner, and ultimately turning you back over to detectives.
And what did you do from there?
From there, I went back into a perimeter position.
Would that be referring to the perimeter that you mentioned that you had set?
Yes.
Around the area of where Officer Moss was located?
Yes.
And how long did you stay at that perimeter?
I'm not 100% positive. Extended period of time.
Do you recall why you were dispatched back to that perimeter?
At that time, there was a possibility that there may be another party involved. So as the investigation was still ongoing and they're attempting to determine if there was another party involved, the perimeter was maintained so that no one could squeeze out through that perimeter and flee.
Do you recall there being ring footage of the residents of 553 Elizabeth Street?
Yes.
Did you view those? Did you view the ring footage that evening?
No.
Did you view the ring footage at all?
Yes.
Are you aware of what happened to the ring footage?
A copy of the ring footage was emailed to me by the homeowner, and it was ultimately placed on property inventory at the Waukesha Police Department.
Do you recall if it was multiple videos?
It was, yes.
Do you recall at about 1640 hours? I don't know. Would that be 440?
Yes, that's 440.
Do you recall directing traffic at the intersection of Barstow Street and Corina?
Yes.
And do you recall an officer hearing anything over the radio at that time?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what that was?
An officer had aired that you had driven around his barricade or into the parade route.
You. Who do you refer to as you?
You, Darrell Brooks.
And you knew that at that time?
Not at that time,
He
no.
cannot stand it when they say
So
you.
how would you say you?
Throughout the investigation, it was determined to be you.
Exactly, Nicole. I know it.
And do you recall it being any other air information at that time?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Grounds.
Are you offering it for the truth of the matter asserted or for some other reason? Otherwise, it's hearsay.
For the truth of the matter, I'm asking him, does he recall what was aired on his radio?
Well, then you're asking him to testify to hearsay, so it's sustained.
Do you recall an officer indicating that the vehicle was continuing westbound and possibly blaring its horn?
Objection.
Grounds.
Same objection, Your Honor. He's attempting to testify and offering hearsay statements into the record.
I'm not attempting to testify.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustained?
For the reasons the state indicated.
Me too, Rosebud, me too.
Do you recall?
You can ask the witness if he heard any horns at that.
I wish that she would have at some point, Judge Darrow, I wish that she would have at some point said the grounds for the sustain is you saying sustain. I wish she would have corrected him. The word is sustain, not sustain. He's confusing. He's like mixing sustain or see, look, now he's got me saying it just like she did the other day on the bench. She said the same thing the other day. She's like, sustain. So he's mixing up to the words sustain and abstain. Like to abstain from something, right? which you should have done multiple times. You should have abstained from lots of different things, but that's what I think he's doing is mixing those two words up.
That time, that would be different. So what someone else may have reported would be hearsay if it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, I'm reading from the report that he wrote.
That doesn't take away that it's hearsay. If it's in the report and someone else said it, it's actually double hearsay.
Do you recall hearing about a vehicle blowing its horn?
Objection.
Grounds.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, he asked if this witness heard. That's how I heard the question. I think that's what you were asking. You mean at the...
Did you hear about a horn?
What did you hear, Your Honor?
If the question was, did this witness hear a horn, then the witness may answer the question. Did he hear about a horn? That's different. That would be hearsay. So why don't you rephrase your question, sir?
Did you hear a horn?
No.
And just so we're clear, I assume that your question meant when he was at Barstow and Karina, because that's where he was positioned.
Correct.
Right? That's what you meant?
Yeah.
Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Very well. Next question. Do you have any other questions for this witness?
Yeah. Any
Well,
reason
then,
why
Pierre, get off the pot.
it would be in your report that a vehicle was blaring its horn?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Assumes facts not in evidence. Calls for hearsay. Sustained.
Have you read the complaint in this matter?
No.
Have you seen the complaint in this matter?
No.
You yourself filed a claim in this matter?
No.
You know of anyone who filed a claim in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Oh. Overruled. He may answer if he knows.
No.
Do you recall whom subpoenaed you to testify here today?
The state of Wisconsin. Via the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
And you said state of Wisconsin. Who would you be referring to when you say state of Wisconsin?
The entity that is the state of Wisconsin judicial system.
So the state of Wisconsin is an entity to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Is an entity a living, breathing human?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant. Argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you know if the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this matter?
Yes.
An entity is the plaintiff?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained.
I'd love to see that.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's also overly broad.
His mom didn't testify, right? I don't remember his mom's testimony. Now, the only thing I remember is his grandmother gave a statement via like a Zoom call or something. And she just talked about him having a mental illness and how, you know, he needed to be like in an institution or something like that. That's all I remember. But I don't remember his mom's testimony. I could have completely missed that, just forgotten it. But He really thought he had something with that entity thing, right? No, his mother did not testify, but she did give news interviews. Okay. His mom spoke at the sentencing? Oh, see, I thought it was his grandmother. Welcome back, Debbie. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, let's get back to it. We might end up having to, we might end up needing to split the last hour or so of this into tomorrow because it's getting late and we still have about an hour and a half left. So we'll go a little bit longer and then cut it for the night and then put the rest of day 8 resume tomorrow first thing and then go into day number 9. Oh, both of them did? Debbie said, I thought both of them did. Maybe, but I don't remember the mom. Rosebud said, yes, she did speak at the sentencing. Remember the Bird in the Cage poem she read? Nicole said, Debbie, you're right. Okay. Okay, both did. Okay. I don't remember the mom. I do remember the poem. I do remember the poem. I don't know.
You ever had a phone conversation
Objection, irrelevant.
with the plaintiff
About this case?
about this case?
Overruled. You may answer.
No.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
This entire line of questioning is completely irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained on relevance grounds. Next question, please.
Oh, goodness.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Oh, nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. This will be a good opportunity to take a mid-afternoon break as well.
Oh, well, they're going to take a break, so.
All rise for the jury, please.
I love when she gets hot.
We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
I like
Thank you,
when
everyone.
she gets a little bit feisty. I like when she does that. Well, you guys, since they're taking their break, I think that is a good stopping point for us for today. So I'm sorry that I started later today. I was hoping to start earlier, but like I said, with the kids being on holiday break and then them supposed to be starting school back this week, and then all the snow happened, my days and my nights just kind of got backwards, and I've been sitting up late, getting up late, and husband was home from work today because of the weather, and so it just feels like we're still on holiday break, you know. Can't get myself together earlier in the day. But hopefully we'll start a little bit earlier tomorrow. Debbie said the only thing she did that I didn't like was that she told him he scared her. Oh, the judge? Or Sue Opper? Nicole says the Ohio family sentencing was today. I wouldn't have accepted his plea deal if I was the judge or the state. His is the dad of the little girl. Nicole, are you talking about the Wagner family? I think that was yesterday, wasn't it? I might be thinking of a different case. I know yesterday they had the sentencing. Or no, wait, that wasn't yesterday. It was Friday. I think that was Friday. Yeah. Yeah, that was on Friday. The Pike County in Ohio. But I don't know if that's the one you're talking about or not, Nicole. Because Jake did have the little girl. But he didn't take a plea deal. Yeah, Jake did preach. That was a whole mess. But I'm not sure, Nicole, if that's the one you're talking about or... What other two, Debbie? George didn't take a plea deal. His mom and sister. There was a sister? I don't think there was a sister. Was there a sister? I'm confused. Now I'm going to have to go back and look. Yeah, the Wagner sentencing, Nicole, was on Friday. I don't think any of them took plea deals, though. Because George, the brother, there was Billy and Angela, the mom and dad. Then there were... the two boys. Jake and George. I don't know. I'm going to have to go look. I'm going to have to go look. I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here today. And, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, Rosebud, I would love for you to come back out and hang out with us again. Would love it. Love it, love it, love it. And thank you for sharing, with us today about you being from there and all that. I appreciate that. It's always good whenever someone local pops in. That's happened a few times. And I love when that happens. Sure thing, Debbie. Thank you for coming and hanging out too. All right. I will see you guys back tomorrow. Gail, you have a great night too, honey. Not sure what time. It just depends on the weather, depends on the kids, depends on the husband. So timing, just make sure you have your notifications turned on. Hopefully it'll be earlier than it was today. That's my plan. I would love to start about 11 or 12, but I can't guarantee it. So, but make sure that you hit the thumbs up button before you leave if you haven't already. Thanks for those of you that popped in and hung out with us today. Thanks for the normal crew that comes and hangs out every day. I love that you guys are my hangy outy people. And if you're watching this on the replay, make sure to put a hashtag replay in the comments down below. And if you're out and about and you got snow and ice, please be careful. Please be careful. Please, please, please be careful. All right. I love you guys, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Bye.